Jotun just redeemed hydrate.
Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Music's good, microphone is audible, we should be all good to go. Let me go ahead and get that timer going. Hello. Let me go ahead and get the roll call on YouTube side of things. Welcome to stream, Sonic Edits, welcome in. And then on Twitch's side of things, I know I did see a few names there. I saw a check and an Amic. Welcome in you two as well. Welcome in. And I saw the hydration redeem and joke. What's an joke? Is it a joke, a pun, an Oh my, let me go ahead and get that. Well, yeah, it says hydrate, and say water, so I'm just gonna get some tea. Tasty, with that said though, how's your day been going so far? And that's what the TT, oh yeah, it didn't it? Jay. The TTS has a funny way with words, it seems, and it's a liquid. It counts. Yeah. As long as it's a liquid. Technically, wouldn't hydration also be like a smoothie? Where is the line drawn at hydration? Is it still hydration if you drink, or not even drink, but if you consume soup? Is that still staying hydrated if your entire diet consists on soup? Since lots of veggies are like water-based, could you still technically count it since it's got a little bit of water in it? But then, is it hydration if you eat lettuce? Because lettuce is made mostly out of water. So if you're eating lettuce, technically would that also count as hydration? And soup bases tend to be a liquid? Yeah, it's weird. Hydration, I just think, yes, electrolytes and Gatorade and other things and lemonade, right? Oh no, lemons and also salt and sugar, I think makes for a good cooler hydration. Well, I'm thinking now, a terrible liquid though to get hydrated on would definitely be, what is it? Lemon juice. Yeah, lemon juice would be a terrible liquid to hydrate on. Humans are mostly water too, so let's not go down that road. You know, Jack, I didn't even bring up cannibalism until you. Oh my. And lettuce is hydrating, but I don't know how much you have to consume for it to matter. Yeah, because I think it's like very little water, but it's mostly made of water. So it's like you'd have to eat a lot of it, but the contents of it itself is majority. And hi, chum, welcome to the stream, welcome in, welcome back. I hope your day's been well so far. And does this include cereal then? My favorite soup? Oh no! I have heard this so many times before. I would consider possibly, well, I guess Cheerios cereal could be considered a soup because, you know, there is the tomatoes and then there's tomato ooze, or I don't remember what they're called, but they're the little circle and shaped noodles that you would get in tomato soup. That's basically cereal, but just swap out the things and heresy. Cereal aren't even good. Yeah, you know, well, no, I don't technically agree, but I can see your point. I don't like it, but I also don't dislike it. I haven't had it in a long time, but when I did enjoy it, I enjoyed hot cereal. Hot cereal was delicious, and I love cereal, but sugar! There's some people who make their own cereal flakes, but then I've heard that in doing all that work to make your own cereal, it tastes exactly the same as if you would have bought the store-bought version of it, which is a little disappointing. And hot as warm or spicy? Hot as warm. It's like an oatmeal, but cereal. It's like a cereal oatmeal, hot cereal. And sugar's almost anything that isn't meat or a vegetable. That's true too. Yeah, sugar exists in all things just about, especially like fruits. What is that? Fruits and veggies. Veggies is carbs. Sugar is made of carbs, but I don't know if you count like carrots made of sugars. Yeah, carrot is a vegetable and it has a lot of sugar in it. And I do that as well. It's a liquid base served in a bowl, has a spoon, unless you're a monster. Who eats soup or even cereal with a spork? That now that sounds like heresy, and yeah, it's a starchy vegetable. Indeed, and very, very sweet too. With that said, though, that timer is out, so shall we get into things? Let me go and click on this guy here. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Spicy cereal is the most cursed idea. Spicy cereal just sounds, why? And some people make shaking up concoctions out there. People have, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And hi Sonic Edits, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. And isn't it spicy cereal just cinnamon? You know what? If it's cinnamon, I'm okay with that. And Mizu, is it Mizu? And Sonic Mizu, and aka Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I could see being, I could definitely see it. Today should be a lot of fun. We'll mostly be picking up from when we last left last time on Friday. And since then, I've been messing around a little bit with the UI layout itself, since I'll just show you when we get there. For now, all you need to know is that we're going to talk about the game, do a recap of the game, and, hold on. Is that the right? That doesn't seem right. Something seems wrong, Carrie. Let me just go to here, and then I try my best to make sure each pun every stream is very different and unique. And apparently that is that can't be it. That's definitely not it. That's not the cover. Oh no! I downloaded the wrong cover. I have an entire list of them. We are not doing the recap. Hold on. Let's see if I can get this in a. And I found a cursivo for you. So Toast Crunch itself. The pun is so bad I didn't even notice. And I stream games. Well, I do hope you enjoy streaming then. Good luck on streaming. Hold on. This is doable. You saw not a thing. Ah, there it is. I don't know why I downloaded the wrong one, but that's okay. That's all right. This is definitely savable. PNG. Click the download button here. Wait for the download. It always is very, very long. You don't know it's real. Don't say it like that. And welcome in. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Okay, here we go. There you go. That's what it should say. Right. Well, where are we? Pitch, then recap, and then we'll continue working on the tutorial. And I did hear that. I did indeed. And Sonic Edits, yes, I did hear that. With that said, though, why don't you go ahead and get all and delete the bot? Why would I do that? With that said, why don't you all go ahead and get all nice and comfy and just stay where you are, and I'll be right. Oh, wrong button. I said I'll be right back. Yeah.
Check 14 just redeemed. Do a voice / act for 5
minutes. What does very low volume even mean?
Very low volume.
I'm a little bit confused. And Sonic Edits, well, I do appreciate your enthusiasm about streaming. Right now, we're focused on this right here, right now. So I would ask that you move that topic aside. And well, ASMR? No, you wouldn't dare. All right then. Hold on, let me go ahead and get off the, get this guy up then, I suppose, and, let's see if let's see, right, so, voice, low, there we go, gotta put that there, do tools here, do that there, and then, let's go ahead and do that guy there. Yep, apparently it's 5 minutes, put that there, and, point of view, you're waiting in the elevator. Can I talk to you about your car's extended warranty? Alrighty then. Oh, that's a little. It seems to be the case that you're in this very, very business environment, in this very business establishment, and for whatever reason, you've already gone ahead and pressed the button. And it's not a bad thing that the elevators don't work. They will work eventually, but. But for now, you're waiting for the elevators to arrive, and if I had to guess, I'd say the elevators will arrive in about, probably about a minute or so, and while you're waiting, there's no doors, there's no stairs, there's no windows, there is no escape. So, since there's no escape, why don't I go ahead and make good on this opportunity? I think that is a great idea. So, don't mind me here while I just go ahead and make myself comfortable and approachable. And clearly, this is a comfortable environment. I don't know if I did. Oh, I did press the button. Hi. how are ya? Hi, Asuka. Welcome into stream. And I see elevators. I predict a person in a suit's lighting up. Your prediction was correct. Also, it seems to be the case that my suit's a little, hold on, let me just, there we go. My suit needs to be properly managed. Now, since I have your clear attention... Good morning, sunshine. The earth says hello. Since I clearly have your attention, why don't I go ahead and talk about my up-and-coming game? That game is no other than, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been working on for almost 2 whole years now, and the idea was that it wasn't supposed to be like this. I don't know how I got here. Send help if you can. The second game I've ever made, and I hope to finally get it done by the end of this year. With that said and done, when that timer up there reaches 45 seconds, we will be getting it. It's a way for me to get better at introducing the game to you if you haven't been here before, maybe you haven't been here in a second, as well as giving me a chance to get better at explaining my game in a short amount of concise of time. That's the name of the game here, the elevator pitch. With that said, welcome into Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancer family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But you don't want to become a necromancer, no, you want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a hidden cafe in the part of school where you serve your fellow wizard customer students. As you go along in the game, not only is it a cafe sim, it is also a rhythm typing game, and this comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to make food, in order to serve customers, you have to summon the food by typing to the beat. You type the beat by spell casting, rhythm typing out. The idea is that as you go along, different wizards, different houses, different types of classes will have different attributes into their songs and spells. So the hope is that as you go along, you unlock different flavors, different combinations, different foods, and by the end of the world, by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can be you. You can be your dreams. Just do it and believe. You know, somehow, the whispering feels as though it helped. And making her decrease the volume made her focus more. Yes, it did. I had to focus on making sure my volume stayed low. And 10 out of 10 pitch, I'd have to give that one a solid 9. I'm not blown away, but I am definitely, one of my best, I'd say. One of my best. That may be tantalizing enough, but no stutter, and I really felt the cry for help. Help. Send help. And giggles are always a part of the plot. Intermissions and sometimes is the main plot twist. Now, if for whatever reason that wonderful pitch did not sell you, and it's okay if it didn't, and I'm not sure I like this though. Now instead of someone pitching it to me in the elevator, it sounds like this little gremlin. Hold on, now I have a lot of words to say to you. In my ear, on my shoulder, whispering the game's description to my ear. By Necrotype Cafe, don't you want to participate in the game's development? Woo! So the ear cracking volume is a debuff. That said, let me go ahead and get off my business attire here, since clearly we're all business here. No more business. Let me go ahead and get on my, grab my associate here, Bobby. Oh no, the earth's elevated. Now that's cool. Woo! And what's not shown on screen is the knife edge jammed to your back. I would never wield a knife. That sounds dangerous. What I'll go ahead and do, since I don't want the timer to reset, is I'll go ahead and do this now. Currently, if you'd like to play the game, the prototype is up on itch if you'd like to give it a try. If I go ahead here and I go to, let's see, exclamation NECROTYPE, there we go. The game is there. You can try it out on itch. It is a prototype at the moment, so currently we're working on the MVP, the minimum viable product, and the hope is that once the MVP is done, so once we get the rhythm down, once we get the cafe down, once we get the spell casting down, and for all the viewers know, it's Bobby's. How dare you accuse Bobby? How could you do that? Poor boy doesn't deserve that. Let's go into Obsidian here now that that guy's up, and the voice makes this so much less convincing. Oh my, let me go ahead and click on this guy, let me click on this guy then let me go ahead and click on this guy right here, and then that guy right there. We'll have the game open up and launch, and let's see, and at this point, I expect her to have like a broken mental shard that she has. This dimension is creepy. Creepy, for why? I say, for why? And Bobby would never own a knife. He's not dangerous. He's completely harmless. Look at that face, and now she's uber-charged. Let me click on this guy here. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, hide this guy here. Thankfully, oh, hold on. Wrong guy. This guy needs to be enabled. Yeah. That guy needs to be disabled. There we are. And I did read that as well, I believe. And let's see, and that's a goal. And shown on screen, the knife and the ear-cracking volume is debuff. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. And the most evilest creature. And he has the same face as Gunther. Well, Gunther's a different story. Bobby's 100% trustable. That's a word. Trustable is 100% a word. You can trustable me. Why don't we go ahead and try out the calibration, shall we? And hi, Agabe. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. If I click on start here, once the skulls reach this white circle, I have to press space. So let's see how I do. Let's see. Wait, space, 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 wait, and space. Oh, wait, one more, and space, one more. Space? Okay, here we are, and the music's muted. I see. Yeah. Scuff. I don't know her. I thought I remembered all the steps. I did not. Thank you for that one, check. That must have sounded very ominous, and Bobby plotting to take over the Space Kingdom from the princess. Hold on now. This is a collaboration. We work together here, and that didn't even make sense. And sporks are outside cutlery. He would definitely pull that. Oh boy, how harsh, how mean. The music should be audible now. We should be a-okay and good to go. If I click on this guy here, you'll be brought to the tutorial. And just so we can pull up the spork, oh my. You can see here, Gabriella, our resident necromancer. If I use the arrow keys, I can move around and a customer will spawn. We can then click E to seat the customer, and the customer will find a nice and cozy spot to order their food. They'll wave their little arm around, and we take their order. Once the order has been taken, if I hold down space, you'll be able to see a few things going on. The customer timer, the icon of the food that they want, and 2 different colors. As I said before in the elevator pitch, the idea is that different wizard classes will have different colors and different flavors ascribed to them, and these different flavors allow you to have different effects on your spells. So for this example, we have Gabriella here, who is a necromancer. Necromancy's color is purple and the flavor is bitter. So anytime you have a song or you play a song that has the flavor of bitter, it'll have fancy music. And here, sweet is for our healer wizards, our medimancers. So if you have something that's sweet and bitter, the song is expected to be easy, as that's the attribute of sweet, as well as fancy. And cake, I have not decided if I want to have an attribute for the food itself, but for now it's going to be an easy fancy cake song. And Bobby is the type of fellow to bring a he can't wield a gun, he doesn't have a license. Let's go over here, follow the skull over here, and once we reach behind the desk, you'll be able to see we need 2 flavors and a product. So if we go ahead and grab a flavor here, we grab another flavor here, and we grab a product, we should hopefully be able to start it. No, that's why the xylophone is with the, that's the xylophone with the, a Glock. I don't even know how to say that, and that's why I said I've never heard of that thing. Hold on, I'm just gonna save that for later to Google if it lets me copy that word there as that sounds like a made-up word, and yeah, that's why you brought an instrument. Oh no. Hold on, let me just paste that there. I see. Why does it start with Glock? Like with calibration. It's a real instrument. Every word is made up if you believe. I agree. Apparently here it says it is an instrument. That I would expect a xylophone, but oh my. What you'll be able to see here is that once the letters reach the white circle, you press them. When this guy fills up, you have completed the spell. Congratulations, you have survived. If this guy fills up, not congratulations. How dare you? You failed. Your spell has filled it out for you. Have missed too many things, and because it's the German word for it, I see. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I can see it being the case. Let's see. A-N-D space W-H-A T space I-S space G-O-O-D space A-N-D space T-H. That was a far miss. E space M-O-M. All right, let's see. E space N. E-V-E. That's R. B-A-N. D-E-R. S-N-A. T. This is going great. My score is bound to be above a C. A C is like a 70, isn't it? That's close enough. Wait, here, we mark things up. If it's close enough, the number gets marked up. So 68 is really 70%, so it is a C. And glockenspiel is a German word, yeah, but it's different from a xylophone. Glockenspiel is traditionally metal, while xylophone is traditionally wood. Interesting. Here I thought a xylophone was made out of metal. And hi, Nappa. Oh, my throat. Hold on. Give me 1 second here to clear it. If I click on, let's see that button there. There we are. We should all be good to go. Welcome in the stream, Nappa. Welcome in. Let me get a little bit of. Oh, hold on. I can't. Oh, no. The customer can wait. Customer, you have infinite patience. You're a wood golem. Let me get some tea. Tasty, and C's get degrees around here at Necrotype Cafe. Exactly. It's the thought that counts. We can go ahead and serve the customer here. The customer will chomp down on their food, and once they're ready for us to get the payment, they'll wipe their mouth, and we can send them on their merry way. Hi, Galaxy. Welcome in the stream. Hello. Welcome in. And hi, Peanut. Welcome in as well. How are you feeling today, Eris? I am feeling spick and span. Sometimes my throat betrays me, but that's okay. The good news is that it doesn't feel as though it's wounded like when we did the voice acting streams for playing Deltarune. As long as it's not feeling scratchy in that extent. I'm fine streaming and speaking for a long amount of time. Let me go ahead, and what we'll do here is we'll close this guy here, we'll mute the music here, and let me go ahead and show you the changes we've made to the game so far. If I hide this guy here, show this guy here, I should then be able to mute this guy here, bring you into this guy here, lots of many streams, and then if I click on play here, no, that's good. I love the new animations. Oh, there's new. Which new animations are you talking about, Galaxy? Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here, click on this guy here. You should be able to see it right about now. That's definitely not it. There we go. Lovely. Alrighty, here we are. And so in theory, to pick up the joke, hold on. Glockenspiel is a xylophone with a metal disorder. That was good, but it was also so very bad. Oh boy. If we click on levels here, there are a few modifications we've made to the game so far. First, you'll see that the cafe now is smaller. Instead of 6 tables, there's now a total of 4. Not only that, but there's now candles that exist on the tables, as well as flowers. And the idea is that since people are having a hard time distinguishing between the different tables, we added flowers to hopefully help show up. This is the blue table, this is the pink table. We are able to identify them clearer. And now the customers' timers are now hidden, and they're replaced by how well that candle holds up. And if I go ahead and spawn a customer here, let's now take their order. So if I let this guy spawn in, we have them seated. They should be able to find their seat, sit down, look through the menu. We'll wait a second for them to think about what they want, and then we'll take their order. I say order. They'll think about it, wave their little arm around, let's go ahead and take their order. And now, if I hold down space for the book, what you can see is that the book has been totally redone. Now there are different stamps for the food types. There's no longer the timer, as I said before. This idle awaiting here is, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, this is a debug. You won't see that above their head. So you'll only be able to go off of the information of the candle for the patients, as well as the information in the book. And now, if I click on D here in our book, you'll be able to see, this is what I was talking about earlier with the attributes. Different wizard houses will have different speed levels, patience levels, as well as their flavors will have the thing described to them. And there's also now a little unlockable here on the side that'll show you which spells but what flavors are still to be unlocked. Not only that, we also have an area for the food as well. So the hope is that this will just give you more information on what possible combinations you can get. And I love the new system, and I love the blue book, and that is amazing. I'm so glad to hear it, Galaxy. I'm so glad to hear it. I am very happy with how this is coming along. I'm hoping very, very soon tutorial gets done, because right now the current version of the game is very quite just a smidge or two outdated. And then back here it's about the same, but there's also a little bit of a fade effect back and forth here, so that's also been changed as well. And what we've been doing over the past, I think, few weeks now, or over the past month, is we've been slowly reworking the tutorial. What you can see here is now the tutorial spawns here. So instead of learning the customer system, the cafe system first, we're going to show the player how to do the spell typing. Same thing, really, when you boil it down. Till now, when the player starts the tutorial, they stand here. They'll only have the option to, well, it'll say up above instead of the word. So instead of the brown box, it will now say the thing like W-A-S and D, and they'll be prompted to move to up here. And the only thing that they'll be able to do is hold down Q. And hi, Banafi, welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. And I love the transition between different rooms, and I didn't even see that redeem until now, and I'm glad you like it. I really like it too. It's subtle, but I think it does enough to show the differences between the two areas. And how dare you with that unluck, Banafi, but welcome in, welcome back. Let me go ahead and click on this thing too to make sure I didn't miss any Twitch thingamajiggies. Nope, we're good. Okay, good to go, lovely. Let me go ahead and click on this now. So now, instead of having the calibration in the main screen, it'll still be there, but it'll be a little bit more hidden. Whenever a player does a tutorial, they are now required to do the calibration. The hope here is that everyone at least does the calibration. Not only that, but now there's a progress meter to show that calibration is being done, so that people don't get confused if this progress is hidden. So once the calibration is complete, we also have a new calibration menu too. So now you can modify the calibration that you want. You can also reset it. You can also retry, though it's below that brown box of the move around. You can click continue. And this is where we last left off. The fact that what's the next step once calibration has been completed? And the first adding a tutorial stream was 5 months ago, by the way. 5 months ago? Well, hold on now. I've done many tutorials. Is this version of the tutorial? I've made many tutorials before, but this saga of tutorials, I think this is like the 3rd version of the tutorial system. And hi, Double Code. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And finally, calibration makes more sense. I'm glad to hear it. We also swapped around the skulls so that now they're a little bit more of a space. And plus, the space icon key is 10x more readable. I'm glad to hear it as well. As yeah, that was a comment made, and I like the idea of skull because it's with theme, but I want it to be readable and understandable, so we added that too. And how are we doing today, artists and artisans and artisans? I hope everyone's doing fine. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here for music. I can then go ahead and mute this guy here. So what we worked on Friday is we've been trying to make a UI system. You might have seen it earlier, and I've been modifying it since Friday to hopefully give it a better feel. If I click on here, you'll notice this. Beforehand, the words and the symbols were beside each other. I moved it to below because I think that might make it easier to read, easier to understand. And oh, never mind. There's been a 4-month break for spellbook and animation, my mistake. Okay. For a second, I was concerned that it's been 5 months of tutorial. I had thought one month I know we spent working on the book, and then after the book, now we're doing the tutorial. I just spent 300 on glasses. I love being blind, so I decided to ruin myself by watching a little money. I don't know if blindness as well as like a lack of brain is a good combination. Oh my, and hi Cat Sound Keyboard. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hi, I hope everyone's having a very nosy day. I'm going to assume that's what you mean. And actually, you can add a feature where you could customize the icons for each letter. Ooh, that does sound like a fun idea. But gotta remember, scope. I definitely like the idea of adding more customization to the game, but as it stands, I don't plan to add, for example, the ability for the player to upgrade the cafe. But I like the idea, but it's not the MVP. It's not the minimum viable product. And says the brainless entity wearing glasses. Bobby isn't wearing glasses. What do you mean? What are you trying to say, huh? Oh boy. So what you'll see here, if I click on this guy here, and I click on concepts here, we have the next step. We've been slowly writing out the tutorial. So here we have the movement where you'll move to the back of the desk. We have here where the spider will talk to you. We haven't invented that system yet. We're still working on it. And once you do the calibration, as the idea is that the calibration is supposed to show you the spellcasting menu without showing you the entire game. So you don't have to worry about the fail meter. You don't even have to worry about up here where the spell actually has the words. It'll just have Gabby, the spell completion symbol, as well as the space. Once you do that, the next time you're introduced to the screen, everything will be unlocked, so the only new information you'll be getting is this box here, as well as the fail meter. And she used to people without a brain, she draws them all the time. Hold on now. Not on purpose. They get their brains eventually. And hi, Hydronics. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Yo, Eris, meow. Meow? What's meow mean? Welcome in. I hope your day's been well so far. Oh my, with that said, right now what we're working on is a UI menu for the game so that the player will be prompted at certain times when they should press different buttons. For example, we need to show the player that they can interact with the bookshelf here. So we need a way to have a little guy pop up that says, press the interact button. And yes, hold on now. I've been tricked, fooled, bamboozled. How dare you? Oh my! I refuse anymore. So what's the game jam stream? When's the game jam stream? Finishing a project in a reasonable amount of time. I do plan to do a game jam once the demo of the game comes out. I'll take a break from the game once the demo's done. And then we'll do game jam and then work on the full release of the game. But I want to make sure we do the bare basics of the game first. But I don't know when the demo will be released. And let's see here. To be fair, I really see drawings of people showing their brains, except it's zombies since it's usually unhealthy. So most things drawn are technically brainless. Very true. I have applause for deniability. I like it. Oh my, here. what you'll see is that we've been working on a screen like this. This is a screenshot from a game called Little Witch in the Woods, and in their book here, they have the buttons at the bottom. So the hope is that in order to clarify the controls of everything, because the book itself does have a lot of controls as well as the game itself, has a few buttons you need to do, and the hope is that everything can be controlled not with the mouse, but with the keyboard, since it's a typing game. So as we're trying our best to incorporate as much of the keyboard as we can, and ignore everything to do with the mouse. And when I saw what I saw was handsome reward, and yes, this is very useful. At my first time playing, I couldn't tell to interact with the bookshelf. I genuinely thought we were going to take out the books instead of actual food and potions. Yeah, the thing is, mostly everything you see here are placeholders. For example, these are supposed to be ink vials. They're all the same color. There's no real addition, and this is supposed to be parchments. This is just here temporary. So a lot of things here are subject to change. So the hope is, now we need to prompt the player to reach the bookshelf. But before we do that, we needed a system to show the player what buttons they could use. And hi, Chiapple. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, and welcome back. What if I want to play the game with only a mouse? Chapel, how are you gonna play a typing game with the mouse? You know, if you can answer that question, then we can talk. But I don't think I've ever seen a typing game where you can play with the mouse. I guess, no, technically speaking, you could open up the keyboard on screen and then just click on the keyboard buttons. Let him have it, Mrs. Hater. Imagine playing a typing game like that. And what if I want to play with banana? Not happening. Not even being considered. And when it's on screen too, a keyboard to turn to. Oh, see. How very creative. I like it. Let's see. Click on that button there. And hi, Eris. Hi, Jeff. Welcome in. And let's see here. No, Eris draws them without a brain in there. Simply, well, hold on now. What if their brain is just small? But, you know, elephants are very, very smart, but they have very tiny brains. So they might just, maybe just they have smaller brains. I'm just giving them bigger brains. And there should be a speed on how fast you can get a spell done with an on-screen keyboard. How would you even detect an on-screen keyboard, though? And hold on, let me scroll back up here. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, I didn't read that. In my mind, at least. And now we have to draw letters with the mouse. It could work! But will you suffer for it? And hi, Boy Blip. Welcome to the stream as well. Welcome in. And welcome, Paula. Welcome to you as well. Welcome in. Oh, boy. So what I've done here is I have moved the words from beside the text to below or from beside the icons you can type to below the icons you can type in an attempt to make it easier to read. The issue I ran into is the fact that the words here aren't very legible with the current UI that we have. If I go here into theme, Theme, if I put my theme on this little guy here, it becomes very difficult to read. There was no outline here. Let me remove that there. And if I go in game, you should be able to see the issue here is that it's hard, and I'm not sure exactly how to make it more readable. My first thought is that we're going to have some sort of higher contrast. That's where the outline or an icon can, outline or a backdrop would be able to come in. And don't elephants have some of the largest brains in the animal kingdom, though? Proportionately to their size. They have big brains, but compared to their body, I think. Or is the myth about elephants having a peanut brain a myth? And alrighty, Backy. Okay, while you're at it, can you actually optimize the UX controls? For example, enter and space are split, but there's a bit confusing to navigate UI. Yes, that is what part of the tutorial will be about. Or at least making sure that everything can be modified and used with the keyboard. That is a priority for the tutorial. And let's see here, I did read that as well. And speed run, and elephants are drawn by hold on now. I can't take credit for that. What you should see is in the bottom corner, I believe all the buttons, I like the sizing. I think the sizing's good. And congratulations on the 10 stream streak, Hardronics. Congratulations. And thank you for coming 10 days in a row. My goodness, that is very much an achievement. And I did read this well in Black and White, the God game style Pokemon. You have to draw symbols with the mouse. I know that there is a magic game in the works where you do have to draw out the symbols. I know it is in the works. It's also in prototype, I think, or at least it has a demo. But it does exist. It is in the works, which I think is so neat. What you see here, the interact. Notice how it's very, I would say it's hard to read. It's a little bit tricky. Now, if it's over here, it's easier to read. But at the bottom screen, the bottom corner here, I had a hard time seeing it. So I was messing around with possible ways to make the text more legible. And truth be told, it's not a priority at the moment. We can just call it a placeholder. But my concern is that sometimes placeholders are permanent. And I like the idea of at least having something here that feels like it could work. Now, I think an outline's probably our best bet. but I would have to find the font, and I can definitely do that off stream too. But something here, something that makes the words look a lot nicer, because when you have everything back to back, and Pokemon games are God games. What do you mean? And gamers, I'm starting a new D&D campaign soon. Give me a class race suggestions. Well, Banafi, I will be playing a pseudo paladin centaur or a paladin minotaur soon. I say that pseudo because it'll be a pathfinder. It'll be the guardian class. But close enough. An octopus necromancer. Oh my. With that said, I think this is fine. For now, at least temporarily. We can modify this a little bit more, possibly to make it not feel as strong. So maybe we can just change the color here. If I very quickly, I should be able to grab the game's colors here. Give me 1 second to see if I can find the colors. And Pokemons, just play a summoner. Let's see if I click on color here. Let's just change the color for now, temporarily. I should still have the colors here. I do. This is the font color here. And then we'll do the outline color as the usual brown we have in the game. So at the very least, hopefully, while it's still a little bit off because of the font, that can be worked on. That can be worked on. At least the colors are matching the game itself. So it's not as strong as it was before. I still think it's doable. It's definitely legible. If I click on here, click on this guy here, click on close here, we go ahead and save it. I can then go into our, let's see, our button directions. Let me make sure that these guys are empty. That's good. Let's go then here, I will then pass this guy so that it does not automatically do the space bar. And is Bobby Cannon for the lore of Necrotype? I don't know yet. There's so many different ideas we can do. For example, if there's probably not going to be cultists, I say probably. Most likely not going to be cultists in the game, but imagine like as an Easter egg, there's a cultist of wizards who worship an off-brand squid god. Could be very funny. And placeholders are permanent. Gosh, if that doesn't remind me of the comment / temporary hacks. Of course, readers are probably now using oh my, and hear me out, summoner druid blasting rodents and critters. I have considered druids. Someone mentioned the idea of capybaras in the game, and I thought that was an adorable idea. If we go back into here, this guy here, now that it is this wide, we can lower the size, hopefully. If I maybe we can lower the size here if I go for, let's see. Your size here, how can I make you smaller? I think this is way too wide. You here, you here, you there. And hi, Ed, welcome to stream, welcome in, and welcome back. So, how we doing, everyone? And yes, the Bobby here, golden Bobby. Oh my, let me get that hydrate. Thank you. And hey, I just wanted to say hi, hi, and welcome back in. And if you're just stopping by, I do hope the rest of your day goes well. Let me get a little bit of tea here since the hydration was redeemed. Let's see. Tasty, while air screaming me with a meow. Against my will, I'll have you know. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm wondering, can we make this guy a little bit smaller? That's the sizing. That's the custom minimum size. I do want it that big. And hi, Noi. Welcome to stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. We hope Eris's day is going well too. It is going great, and I hope you can say the same. It's just a realistic plushie of him, like the Rousey plushie. Oh, that would be adorable. You know what? I do think it could be fun to add as I'm trying to make this thing smaller. I would love to add canon in-game like Gollemancers, since the tutorial wizard is a golem. It could be a lot of fun to try to do. Oh, hold on. I think the custom minimum size has to be set here, possibly, and we would just lower the sizing of this guy here. Maybe it's this guy that we have to modify. So let's see, custom minimum size here. I think, imagine, Gollemancers, and there's like a little Gollemancy club, and they all animate their stuffed animals. That would be adorable. And tired after my drawing. Hi, now I'm tired and grumpy. Oh, that's no good. I hope your frown is able to turn upside down soon, as that's never any good. That's no bueno. And let's see here. That'd be a shameless merch plug. If I ever did make the merch though. Hold on now. Let's see if I do 50 here. Possibly we can do halfway. That's halfway. Who is responsible for making this thing so wide? I have a lot of questions. Your minimum sizing, you're all that. Who's making it very wide? Our button here does not have a custom minimum sizing. You here don't have a custom minimum sizing. You there, good sir, enable you so I can see you. You're very wide. Do you have a wide guy? Nope, you don't have a custom minimum size. You button parent, you don't have a custom, or your custom minimum size is a little bit bigger to make the format go. And we're all trying to find the gal who did this. What do you mean exactly? A cellar where the ingredients are stored is full of Bobby cultists? I do like that idea. I think it's a lovely one. Hold on. I didn't see this one here. For now, I will put this one here on the board. While there isn't a seller, I definitely do like the idea of like after school clubs. And the idea of just there's some groups of students who come in for their club meetings or something, and maybe they just go into the corner and start doing spell casting summoning. A little Bobby plushie in the middle. Let me add that idea to the board here. Thank you for that one. I do think it's a cute idea. And let me slide this down here. There we are. And that's my clue to go over the couch and call it a day. I see. No worries at all, Ed. I hope you have a lovely and well-deserved rest. And let's see here. I did read that, and we're trying to find the gal. I did read that, and that's a shameless person. I did read that, and do it. Yes, indeedy. So let's see. Is it this guy here that's super duper wide? Nope, you don't have a custom minimum sizing. Is it this guy that's super duper wide? Let's see. You get enabled. So you're pretty wide. Your layout's not that. For you, good sir, your custom minimum size. We reduce you. Can I make you smaller now? Ah, there we go. Okay, I think this is fine. We'll save it here. We'll set this custom minimum size to whatever this is, so copy the value here. We'll then go ahead and paste this guy into here, paste value. And then we should just be able to grab our button guys here. And hopefully, let's see, can we reset the position to be center here. Is there a way to modify the anchor point? Possibly. So that it's in the center, maybe. If we do the, let's see, this guy here, I think, and then we move this guy to here, possibly there, that'll work. And then we go back to this guy, and then we go to this guy here at the center, and then we do bottom. Maybe, does that, it kind of works, it seems like. A little bit, it just needs to go up a little bit more, possibly. So maybe if we do this guy, move this guy to up here, about there-ish, it could work out to be the case. I'll just move it about there, I think it's okay. Save it. That way it's a little bit more spacing. And the thing is, I don't know how much wording we're going to have, so that's why I want to have a little bit of space in the side. So now, free me from this comment! What happened, Noi? What happened? And I did read that as well. Lovely. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. So, this guy, this size, and let's now go back to our control screen here. We should be able to just delete our control panel. So just delete this guy here, save it. If we then add our new control panel here, so add this guy in, control panel, control panel, control underscore panel, or panel, panel, control panel, close all of you guys here, and how do we get it? Where'd you go? Control control hint. It's a control hint panel. I see. Control hint panel. We go ahead and add that into our hint parent here. It'll appear here, and the hope is that these guys will have, oh, hold on, wrong guy. These guys will appear beside each other, and they'll fill the bottom of the screen depending on what they are, though their sizing does need to be a little bit smaller. I believe we went with the sizing of 0.5, so half of the size, or it was either 0.5 or 0.05, or 0.75. So we'll do 0.75 for now, because I think that was the sizing. That was the best chance we had. And then, as far as this is concerned, we'll next have to do, as I look at all of these guys here, we'll next have to do the alignment of everything. I'm wondering for this here, our container sizing, all of that here, fill, expand, custom minimum sizing. Let me go ahead and enable our task here. And now we need to make a orientation button. I think that's our best bet now, to make areas to show the orientation of the game. So let me go ahead and do tilde here. Tilde clear. There we go. And if I had a weaker concentration, I'd write your code as I speak, but it would still, if I had a weaker concentration, I'd write your code as you speak, but still would enjoy it. I see. Well, I can't say, for the most part here, if there is a certain section of the code that you're interested in, I don't mind at all sharing it, though I warn you, most of it is always in the making of being redone. But if there's a certain snippet that you're curious about, like a certain function or something, I don't mind at all sending snippets. With that said, let me go ahead now and go to Obsidian here. And then let me click on this guy here. So what we're going to work on right now is create a way to have an orientation orientation button, orientation UI button, button, orientation UI button, task. That's the best way I can describe it. It's the idea that I want to have a button where you can have tasks appear in either corners here. I think that's our best bet. And what we'll do as well is I should be able to just type that in, and it should give us a little task up there. Yes, indeedy. But that's said, and it's just you literally speak code letters by letter, and I just clone that in my irrelevant code base. I see. Oh my! Anytime they speak, or anytime you press the button, it's A, B, C. Let me go ahead and make a backup as well for our Godot. This guy here and this guy here. Let me go ahead and make sure that this guy saves as said backup right about here as soon as it loads. Click on that guy here. Do backup right here. Should be good to go and commit. And Necrotype code is not for the week. What's one wrong move and you might really release 10 years worth of stuff, cuz. Scuff, curse, and yeah, literally clear, CLEAR, and I just write it. Oh, I have heard, or I think there is something like that. There is like a plugin you can get for Godot where when you type it, the screen shakes a little bit and it does some fun effects. I've seen it before. I'm wondering for our little control panel guy here, this hint parent I think needs to have this custom minimum size, or it needs to modify it a little bit here. There you go. Okay. And then this guy here, because this is a 75%, what we need as, if I just make this guy go out, yeah, it gets a lot bigger. Can we make our margin container smaller, like scale it? Oh, never mind then. Why are we doing that? We don't need you. You're not needed anymore. Goodbye. We can change the sizing here. So in this guy, we can grab the scaling, I'm guessing. Let's see. Scale, S-C-A-L-E, scale, transform. We can't change the scale here. We can change it here. And here we can do 0.775. There we go. Okay. And from there, we can now just change the orientation back to the bottom left, or we should be able to, but it's not allowing us to. Why can't we change your orientation? Your bottom right, yeah, bottom right. And I wrote TLS shaders with it, and I've used it on the VS Code for a while, and I believe it's called crazy typing. I think it's extreme or something. It's not crazy, EXTREME. It's extreme something, but I don't remember what it is. It's crazy, it's wacky. Crazy definitely does describe it, that one. Fancy style boxes, hold on. But what's this? Adds a new, oh, hold on. Let me just, don't mind me as I screenshot this. Let me grab you here. Yep, save you for later. I see you look nice and fancy. And let me also, hold on. Okay, we're all good. And a literally cool equals mix and all particles. I do hope to at some point really get into the nitty gritty of shaders, as I think shaders can be fun to learn. However, shaders are not the MVP in the game. They're not required at the moment for the game to exist though. Looking at all of these as well, I've tried my best to stay as far away from looking at plugins and using plugins as I can, since I want to get the real experience of Godot, as well as worrying or not having to worry about different things. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, different things. Worrying about adding all these cool extensions and I never end up using them. For example here, I have a plugin called Signal Visualizer. It's a good plugin. I have not used it. I also have a plugin here to do that grabs all of the to-dos that I add, and I, again, have not really used it. But there's also plugins I've used, for example here, collapse folders, as well as one that changes the UI of the scripts. And I know path tracing and ray casting in Necrotype Cafe. Scam! And hi, Claude. Welcome to the stream, and welcome back. I hope your day's been well so far. And I'll let you know if you ever need some TLS assistance or stuff. I ain't a professional, but I do appreciate it. Hardronics, I shall keep your name on mind. As from what our conversations before, you sound like you have a lot of technical knowledge, and I lack all of the technical knowledge. So, by all means, I will surely keep it in mind. Center bottom right here. Okay, that's good. So this guy here, our panel in game, set to bottom right. Let's enable our rectangle guy here. Why can't we see you? If we make this guy full rectangle, where do you exist at? I don't see where this sizing is. It's this full rectangle here. Oh, hold on. If we enable you here, okay. That brings it to that. We then have our color rectangle. That is the entire size of our panel guy. This guy here needs to exist at the center. So center. And then we need a way that when these guys here, when we add more control panels, we want them to expand depending on the area. And this will give us our different text guys at the bottom or top. And I need to see a beyond realistic spider. Hold on now. I know realistic spiders and we definitely don't get along. And I'm ready to help Zell spreads arms and smiles. I do appreciate it. And I did read that as well. How sweet of you indeed. Let's see. If I click on you here, we want this to go here, but I'm not sure how to do that. This guy here exists in the center at the moment. If we do bottom right, it does not go to the bottom right. That's the issue at the moment. And this guy here also isn't at the center. Why is that the case? These guys here should have alignment center, I think? No, alignment end does sound right, I think, possibly. But we need a way to change this position. So if the player, for example, wants to have their guy in the top left or top right, they're able to do it. That's what we're looking to do, to make sure that there's a way to configure this so that if we want it to appear bottom, right, left, or even center here, as in the book, we'll want to have that option to either maybe allow the player to do it at the bottom or the top for different buttons. So having this alignment system, it is a slight nice quality of life change, but I do think it's handy as well. I think it's handy dandy. It's just a matter of figuring out how do. And bottom right does not put you in the bottom right. The button had one job. I agree. I don't know why it decided to do that. It's decided a lot of things, and it's okay to be. It is okay to feel. It's okay to be its own thing, I suppose. What we'll go ahead and do then is call this a control hint panel. I do like the idea of that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make this we're going to remove you here, and we're actually, how can we do this? We'll do instead this guy. Okay, we need a margin container, and in our margin container we'll have our panel container, which will then do that there, and our panel container will expand inside of our margin container, so they'll live inside of each other. And the hope is that now, let's see if I go down here, bottom left does not go in the bottom left though, but that's okay, we can modify this still. This will bring us, that's not center. How is that even possibly center? If this is top right, yep, I'm guessing maybe it's controlling it here instead. This panel container here, it seems good to go, save you there. This guy here, for our size, scale, position, all of those guys here, top right, bottom right, yeah. I'm wondering why the positioning is the way it is. If we click on shrink center, this does not do shrink center, and that guy there also does not do what I would think it would do, which is super duper unfortunate. We have our H box in control here. We have alignment center here. This guy here, center, that is true. And then this guy here, panel, is also center. So the power has the power of decision. It's been given too much free will, I say. Too much. Let's see if we undo that there, undo that there. This guy here, it makes me almost wonder if we should move the center to be like here. But the issue is that if we add more control panels, the center then gets modified. So I really don't like the idea of that. I would like it if the container center would be up in whatever area here. And it makes me then wonder if this guy should not fill in from the left. And instead, if we delete these two guys here, and then have, let's see. I would like it if this panel here is as small as everything else, but I don't know if that's possible. If we do our control hint guy here, maybe if we have an H box, and in the H box, no, I don't think that'll work. Because if we move the color rectangle here, it puts it inside of the H box. We want the color rectangle to be the background of the H box, so it's a little tricky. I know that for certain. Let's move this guy to back here. We have our control panel. We want multiple of these guys to exist inside of an H box. That is true. So it makes me wonder if then, if we enable this guy here, we make this guy into its own scene. I think that could work out fine. And then we can have a function for like add a control panel, remove a control panel. So I'll do instead here, control hint panel group, maybe we could call it. So we'll do, let's see. Oh, we will need possibly to have like maybe this guy can be its own panel possibly, but I think an H box is okay. So we'll rename this guy here. We'll call it CONTROL, hint, HINTPANEL, GGROUP, control hint panel group. That's what we'll do for now. And then for the sizing here, I want to see about making you not fill, but also shrink center, I think possibly. And then if we hide this guy here, this is the control panel. At its very core, this is what this guy is. And if we move it out of the margin container as well, it'll be its own guy here. We can then see about redoing the horizontal here, moving you here. And I want to see if we can maybe make it like top right, its position here. I think that'll work out fine. And hi, Grizzly Bear Naked. welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome in. And hi, Lazy Loaf, welcome into stream as well. Purple nurple. welcome into stream, and 40 consecutive streams, my goodness. Welcome in, and congratulations on 40. That is indeed an achievement. How many would it be 40, Ava? That's like, if I do 3 and then 3 times 4, that's 12. 12 streams on a good month. So that's a lot indeedy. And thank you as well for the Prime subscription, Grizzly Bear Naked. Again, what an interesting name. Thank you, and welcome in all over again. And I like a lot. I see. I do appreciate your presence, even when you don't chat. We'll have this guy here, our control hint panel group. We'll make this guy, I think, into a scene. So if we make you into a scene like that, and this is a control hint panel group, so then we save you here. Now we have a control hint panel, right? And do I do it? Do what? I don't like the sound of that.
Lazy Loaf just redeemed elevator pitch.
You know what? You're all bad influences to each other. That's what you all are. Fine then. Oh, hold on. I can't do it yet because the ad breaks are about to start, aren't they? Yeah, ad breaks are about. Okay, we'll do it once the ad break's over then. And now let's try try at normal speed. You think I'm the enemy here? I think you have an imposter among you. Well then, while the ad break is playing, we will do some stretching. We'll take a big break for some hydration. Then when we come back, we'll do the dreaded animal elevator pitches. I never said I enjoyed it. I think you all just assume I do. And hi Train, hi Kiwi, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. And oh, we're an hour in, aren't we? We are meme and take one. Yes, please let the words be wording this time. Fingers crossed. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty, and welcome in, and thank you for the resubscription, Kiwi. Thank you as truly as always for your kindness and generosity as well. And welcome in all over again. And I hope your week has been, your week and your day has been well. While we're waiting on the ad break here for like another 2 minutes, why don't we go ahead and do some stretches and some interesting buttons in here. You stay away from those buttons. You stay away. And little finger point, how adorable. Alrighty then, we'll go ahead and start off by leading to the right here. Go slowly, go surely. If anything breaks, if anything cracks, if anything hurts, call a doctor to call Lori, don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens. You got your own discretion. Don't blame me. We'll go to the right here, and then we'll go to the left here. And seems like a button heavy day, huh? My neck! As I said before, I should not be held liable for anything that you do. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go to the back here a little bit. And can I crack a joke? As long as it's not painful, I don't see why not, though I don't know if I'll agree to the joke. Let's go to the front here. And that's our back stretched out. Let's also do some neck stretches while we wait, shall we? Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go to the, let's see here, right here a little bit. And alrighty, I gotta go. Have a nice day. See you later. Thank you for stopping by. Hydronics, thank you indeed. I hope the rest of your day is well, and that your package comes soon enough and sooner than the date ascribes. Or is that the word ascribes? The sooner than the date says that it will. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the left here a little bit. Thank you. Of course. Left a little bit here. And then let's go to the front a little bit here. And then let's also go to the back a little bit here, just a little bit, a smidge back and forth. And we can also hold this guy now. It's recommended to hold this for about a minute, but we don't have time for that. So you can hold this for about a minute here, then you can hold it for about a minute here. And does Bobby have a neck to stretch? He does not. I don't even know if I like bringing up the topics of necks now that I think about it. Every time I do, I get accused of things that he's all neck. And rolling clear, hand is backwards. I have 2 left hands now. You're right. Oh my. Yeah. And someone draw Bobby just as a set of traps and necks. That'd be terrifying. Welcome back from the ad break. All right, before we continue, this next thing is brought to you by a very clearly unskippable ad. But yeah, why would you ever want to leave? That's the question here. Well, it seems we're back here for whatever reason all over again. As I said, I don't control here. Yeah, if anything, maybe you could blame yourself. Not that I would like to go pointing fingers or anything, but you're in this business environment with these elevators in the background, and while you're waiting for the elevators to arrive, you've got some time on your hands. Now, there's no doors, there's no stairs, there's no windows, there is no escape. But before you panic, worry not, for you are 100% safe, as you also have no way to, no tools or really nothing, anything. It's just you, the elevators, but it's also me. Aren't you glad? After all, what more could you want? I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Welcome to the elevator pitch. A section I like to do at the beginning of stream, unless someone redeem it, where I tend to pitch my game to you. What game is that? Bam! Necrotype Rhythm Cafe. Necrotype Cafe. A rhythm typing cafe game I've been making for almost 2 years now. on 45 seconds will begin, and you'll see just how convincing I can be. Hopefully, and why did you do this? Okay, so the moment we're taking Robot Boy for a walk, he'll be fine. He's losing brain cells on each stream. I'm fine. Welcome to the Necrotype Cafe, a random typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to prestigious wizard's magic academy. But you don't want to become a necromancer, you want to become a baker, a chef, so you decide to open up a hidden cafe in the part of school where you serve your fellow wizard customer students. Not only is it a cafe sim, it's also a rhythm typing game. That comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to serve customers, you have to summon food, and you summon food by typing to the beat. So you have to go mad dash between both the rhythm cafe as well as typing. And the hope is that as you go along, you'll be able to serve different customers, different students. Different flavors will ascribe to different types of methods, beats, sounds, patterns, notes. And as you go along, you'll have different combinations that you'll have to unlock, as well as different wizards that you'll have to serve in order to prove to everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can be you. You can follow your dreams. And as long as you can have everyone happy and everyone satiated, you'll do great. You know? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I think I'm on it. I don't want to say anything about knock on wood here. Might be, you know, on it too loud, too fast. I can only solve one problem at a time. Oh boy, let me go ahead and get off my business suit, get Bobby here, and shall we get back to our regularly scheduled program? Let me click on this guy here. Click on this guy here, and if you'd like to give the prototype a try, it is currently up on itch right now. If I do exclamation NECROTYPE, there you go. Feel free. And well, hello, hi, bye. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Cafe open. Let's go. And then so the story mode should have you baking sufficient goods for the teachers at the end of every semester. The thing is though, I don't know about getting the teachers on your side. You'll definitely get the entire student body on your side, but I don't know about teachers. That might be a little bit of a hard one to sell on, and slowly rising from the depths of the underworld. No, not true. And let's see I did that as well. I normally lurk, and I did see that as well, and I think we're all good. I'm so happy. Oh boy, let me scroll down here a little bit. Staring a little slow for the poster. I'm innocent, I promise. Bobby's also innocent, I assure you. And I'm just beginning to feel like a rap god. And she's keeping these shutting down ideas since the start. Not gonna happen, I suppose. And I don't know, that's what I think. Yep, teachers and everything. Alrighty then, I think I am properly up to place. And now can you say it in English? I didn't understand a thing. That's the fun part. Or that's the neat part. You don't. I speak only in enthusiasm. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And in our control hint panel, the hope is that anytime this guy expands from the, oh, hold on, can't do that there, and she has beef with teachers. Gabby doesn't. It's illegal to do different magic. It's illegal to practice different magics here. So the idea is that, yes, and since that's the case, Gabby kind of has to avoid everyone, and she speaks without spaces. Oh my. I think, to begin, if we need to expand the objects, expand any of the thing, we're going to have a sort of, I guess, direction system here. And whenever, for example, if the panel's in the bottom left, or I guess, no, yeah. If the panel exists in the bottom left, or top right, if we want more panels to be added, we will want to do it in the left direction. So I think you would have to do alignment at the begin here, maybe, and then you'd have to do add to here. I don't think I understand the system enough. Okay, so this guy here, we have alignment, it's set to begin. Save, I expect the thing to go to the left here, right? It does not. It only goes from the end. I guess that's okay. If that is the expected result, then I think that's okay, right? As long as we add the alignment here, I think it'll be fine. And guys, we're not allowed to use spaces anymore. Hold on, now who said that? Illegal smeagol and ew, English. I speak in optimism. She speaks without spaces. English. Oh boy, let's go ahead here and change my oh, channeling my. I see. Well, go ahead here and let's add a new script here. Attach a new script, and this script, boy, let's see, screen controls. Yep. I want to have a few things here. First, I want to have a class name, and I want to call it a control, CONTROL, HANTPANEL, and I would like to have the ability to remove and add different panels. So we'll have a function here. We'll say remove function. So I'll just do a REMOVE. Or actually, let's just do the name. We can put a pass in it. And what do you mean? She's a space princess. Bad check. Very bad. Oh boy, FUNC, and I didn't realize it's slow and not a good thing to say and just eat the evidence. No, there's no evidence. The crime does not exist, that's all. We'll do a func for add panel, ADD_PANEL. And hi, Jimmy Skill, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in all over again. We have a function for adding the panel. Here we'll have to add all the things that go inside of a panel. We'll do here a pass, and then we'll do here a void, and then we'll do here a pass. So we'll have a function for add the panel, as well as a function for remove the panel here. So add panel, we'll go ahead and then say maybe remove panel. Remove last panel, that could possibly be it. Is there a scenario where we would want to remove a panel? Possibly, maybe, I don't know. But I wasn't even accusing you of anything. They were just talking about Gabby. Oh, I see. And we must stream spec their space by not talking. I can't read that. My eyes. I can't. I tried. Oh my. Is there a scenario where we would need to remove the panels? Maybe not. And well, good luck. No worries at all, Galaxy. I must take my leave. I will return soon. I see. Feel free to come and go as you please. And yeah, my good luck wishes to you as well. And have a good GDScript session and a good day and a good life. Thank you. And you too all over again. Thanks for stopping by. And possibly coming back as well. I'm wondering, is there a scenario where we would want to delete panels, or should we only have a function to add panels? Maybe not. You know what? We can put a pin in that and see. Maybe about removing, possibly. I will just do for now a function called remove. We might not ever use it, but it'll be there just in case. And she's struggling to read basic sentences. Don't break her by removing spaces. And I always get attacked for no reason. I wasn't even accusing of anything. They were even talking about it. Oh, my accusations seem to get thrown around a lot around here. And I don't know how I feel about it. You all need to at least have evidence in our... It's already, I need to stream break for the day, possibly. I hope you have a lovely, lovely one then, Lazy Love. I hope you have a lovely, lovely one indeed. Lovely. Lovely, jubbly, little petals. Let's see. I'll save this guy here. We will then add in How do we do it? It's like a new function. If I can Control-Shift-F, I should be able to find new here. Click on find here. And maybe it'll help train our reading skills. My reading skills are moderately average. Moderately average, all right? It's not too bad. I'm looking for our new dot. I should have done that. Hold on. Control-Shift-F. I want to find new dot. Possibly use a dot new. Dot new, I think, is the thing I'm looking for. If I do dot new here, and you have such a fun way with words. Moderately average. Yeah. Hold on, let's see here. We should be able to find a dot new so I can figure out the import, as it is something I always forget how to do. We go down here, we should be able to find a good example. Dot new. Here, we do the thing we want, dot new, and I believe at the very top you also have to add. Yes, possibly. It says note dot new here, and where is our Oh, we don't even have to add the note. Maybe. We have note here, note dot new, but I don't see the note added. Ah, okay. In that case, what we do then here is we do an add panel. We'll also need to have we'll add it as our own children, so it's okay. And if Bobby wore clothes, what type of clothing would he wear? He'd be I don't even know. I don't know clothing enough to answer that question. He'd wear cool clothing. He'd think he's so cool. And my browser's messing up live stream here. The chat keeps disappearing. It takes time to load. Again, can Optimism fix it? I don't know, but I can believe. Oh my. What we'll do then is do a var. We'll do a new panel, new panel, new panel, and then we'll set it to be a control hint panel. So control hint panel, and then we'll set it equal to control hint panel, control, and only businesses for sure. He's not all business though. That face wasn't made for business. He's made to be the face of the company, but not actually and he doesn't do anything. He just sits there and. That's not a good suggestion, Cheka. We're all clean here, and nothing, no illegalness at all. We have new panel.new, and I believe we should be able to do, is there a way to do set child, C-H-I-L-D, add child, I think? Add _ child, and then do new panel, I think? Possibly, new panel. And then what we need to do is also have a way to say what we want the panel to be added as. So we'll go back down here and we will do this guy here, that there. So new mode, the label text, and new buttons. Go back to this guy here. We'll do this guy here then. And then in our new panel, we'll do new panel, and then we should be able to do dot. And then we should be able to do set, something like that. Hold on. New panel dot. How can we do this? New panel dot. What is it going to be? Hold on. Controlling panel. New panel dot set panel. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. We'll go ahead then and call this set. I like that a lot better. And oh, my throat, give me 1 second here. If I do, where's the button at? This button. and that increases optimism. That's like saying there's a lot of things that increase optimism. Doesn't mean they're good for you. Okay, fine. The next best thing is Coca-Cola then? It's a little bit too much sugar. I don't know about that one. Set? Can we do set? Is set a thing? Set is very much a thing. What's a function we can do for maybe initiate, right? Maybe to do initiate. Possibly. We could do initiate. Initiate. Maybe? Possibly? I'm okay with initiate. I don't like it because I maybe want to redo it, but set I like the idea of. But set panel.set panel. That doesn't sound good. Panel.set sounds good, but it's not an option we have. Settle.initiate does sound like a good idea, but if we ever want to, here's syrup. And before they make some water though, very important, just the syrup, no. That's so bad for you. Oh my. Dot initiate could be good. Dot set could be good. Maybe dot set dot. What's another word for set? Maybe that's a good compromise here. Another word for set. And did I miss something? Hold on. I don't think so. I think we're all good to go. Let's see, another word for set. But Bobby does, but boy, does it pack a punch. It does, but don't you care about your heart? Let's see here. I'm going to do dictionary or no, ABC thesaurus. THESASAURS, possibly for the word set. The thesaurus for set. We could do put, place, position, establish, institute, fix, adjust, harden, congeal, gel. We could do group, collection. Okay, we're getting very hard. Dot ready, dot firm, dot establishment. None of these work well, and it could just be a thing of we could set it to be something else for now. Dot specified, dot agreed, stated. None of these are good. None of these are very, very good. I can say that for sure. Prescribed, regular, rooted, fix, dot fix, dot fix. I don't like that. Assign. I think assign will work. ASSIGN. Assign. Panel.assign. And you assign what you want it to have. I like that word. We'll use assign then, and that's a lot of commands. Hi, Jaxus. How are you feeling? I hope a little bit better than you did yesterday. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Let's then go back to our control hit panel group here. So this guy here. And in this, we're going to do this. So dot assign, and our mode here is going to be actually a control hit panel dot mode. So control hit panel dot mode, you would go there. So we'll then do assign, and then we'll grab the new mode here. So new mode would go here. We'll then grab our label text, as well as our new buttons. So we'll just pass it along. That way it stays as a child. And the hope is that now, when we save this guy here, we go back into our control screen here. We now have a control hint panel group, and these guys will populate everything is at least the very hope. So now if we go for our panel boil here, I wish there was a way to do like a minimum size, minimum maximum, maybe. Hi, is it my Peru syrup? Possibly. Good night and good luck. Thank you. And I do wish you a lovely night. Speaking of syrup, and good day to you as well. And coughs on the code and dies. And still sick, but indeed a bit better than yesterday. That's good. That is good to hear. I know that whenever I get a really bad cold, it's never fun because my throat. I misspeak so much. It's like getting muted. It's awful. Let me go ahead and click on. Let's see you here. Now we have our control hit panel. If we possibly now add this bad boy into this guy here, it stretches it, and I don't want that. If we go back to our panel group here, we set the minimum size, possibly we do layout here, custom minimum size, we would at least want you to have one panel available. So we're gonna copy the value here and then paste the value here for minimum size. And she's slowly taking the curse off. Oh, I don't know about that one there. I don't know if I have healing properties. We'll go and save this guy. And now it makes me wonder if we were to add in our little panel guy here back to where it was. Now our panel exists here. And you know what? I think it's hold on. I would want the margining container here, our panel guy here. We would add multiple of these guys. So we would need to have now an HBox, possibly HBox container. No. That wouldn't work. That would not work. We would need to just set the direction of it, I think, because we already have a panel container group. This guy here is our panel container group, and we would add any panel containers that we want. So for example, here, this is a panel container group of 3 different controls. And then here, we would want to set the different direction. So in this case, we would want to say our alignment, there's center here, there's also begin. I don't know what those do, but the hope is that in our margin container, so in this guy here, and if we move this guy to the behind, We would then set our margin container to either the top left. We could do bottom left here, but it's not the bottom left. That's what I'm really confused about. Why is it the case that it decides it does not want to go down there? If we reset the scale, and then we make our panel container set to be a smaller scale here, so we can do transform, I think. Can we do? No, we can't transform it. How odd. Okay, that's not okay. That's definitely not okay. Okay, And hi, is it less fancy? Welcome to the stream, welcome in. And hello, just love your art and want to like use it for my game because I can't do pixel art and I'm on mobile, by the way. I downloaded it from an itch file, but I'm not open. How hard I try. Can you help me somehow? I can't help you this very moment, but you might be able to find help in the Discord. That's the best recommendation I can give you. If I do exclamation DISCORD, there you go. And to answer as briefly as I can, I don't know too much about mobile and how the mobile pixel art programs work, so unfortunately I wouldn't have any answers in that regard. I can only think that you probably would have to look in your files on your phone to download it. The game or the files, there is a PNG for each of the animations and the characters and everything. So hopefully, if you can just find the files themselves, the images. If they're not in photos, they might be in files, and maybe from there you'll be able to drag and drop into your programs. But welcome into stream, welcome in, and I am very happy to hear you like my art. Thank you. Let's see here. That guy goes there, that guy goes there. And then if I save you here, why is it the case that this panel container does not want to cooperate? What if we remove the panel container? Oh, you know, how about the panel container doesn't even exist? You were never here. You didn't see anything. Or rather, you know what? If I delete all of you guys here, yeah, goodbye. You weren't even here to begin with. We move you now to the bottom left. It is in the bottom left. We do bottom right. That works apparently. Interesting. Okay. And if we set the scale to be that 0.75, so 0.75 here, and I saw everything. And making the game on mobile is some hardcore dedication. Yeah, and best of luck. Yeah. I have heard people can do, Godot, make Godot mobile, and I have yet to try it, but I would love to. And thanks for joining. Good night and good luck. Thank you, and hope you have a lovely, lovely night and a well-deserved rest too. And you are the weakest link. Goodbye! I don't want to play with you anymore. Oh, it seems to be the case. Doing that, deleting it, fixed it though. Now I can do bottom left here, and it go. Okay, I take it back. That did not fix it. Why didn't it fix it? What did I do? Let's see here. Scale, pivot, change the pivot, reset the pivot. Oh, hold on. Hold on. If I just yeah. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses here. If you were to be your own thing, yeah, and we reset your scale here, I'm just curious to see, 0.75, right? And we were to reset the pivot here, your pivot is reset, you're good to go. Your pivot, are you good? Yeah, okay, so it was not a pivot issue, but it became a pivot issue, possibly? Now if we do bottom left here, bottom left does not do a thing. Okay, so good to know that that change I did actually didn't do anything in this area, but it works when we move it out. So I'm fine. Sure thing. I don't mind one bit. And you think I captured Bobby's aura and fan art? Oh, how scary. Oh my. Well, go ahead and save this guy here. Set our scale back to 0.75 here. With that said, we'll make sure the pivot is good to go. And now we just need a way to change the anchor. So be it the top left, top right. That's not top right. Do we have to reset the position? And then do top left here, and then bottom left, and that, it was working before, and now it's deciding it doesn't want to work. What did I do? Oh boy, it was working just a second ago, and now it's not. Undo, save you there, and then go back to you here, and then you need to be out here. Yeah, delete all of you guys here, delete that there. Our margin container is good to go there. Alignment is center there. Yeah. Then reset your scale to be that size. And I show it right away. And I think I captured Bobby's aura. We'll have to take a look during the ad break to see. I'm a little scared now. We have top left. That works. Then we have bottom left here. That does not work. And technically it's good enough, but I worry about the sizing. There are different ways that this could go very, very wrong. So I want it to be as accurate as possible. Unfortunately, it does not want to be as accurate as possible. And he's fish. Oh my. Let's see. If we reset the scale, it now works. And if we do the anchor present to be bottom left, that works. If we then reset the position here, then do anchor here. And he went to Thrax Barber. Oh no. What have you done? Oh boy, we'll set the scale to be 0.75 here possibly. And then if we do reset the position possibly, pivot offset ratio, no, and that, no. He's an innocent employee! How dare you! Oh my, let me get a little bit of tea here. I did it again. I looked at chat while I was drinking. Let me now turn away. There we go. All right, now drink. Okay, now look again. And tea has been consumed. It has a big mistake. It always is. Oh my. Maybe it's the margin container that's messing up. Possibly? Is that it? Possibly? And you do that every day of the week. I do. The thing is, the more I do it, the more I realize I do it. It's a bad habit that I done very poorly for me. The thing is, I had to replace my keyboard because one time I laughed so hard at the water. So in a way, I've learned my lesson. It's just I don't want to learn it again. I've learned a great amount. I'm all good to go now. No longer is it needed. Let me go ahead and set this pivot to be, or not pivot, scale, and yeah, you spilled the water. I did. I spilled the water. Let's do 0.75 here. That's the most polite way to say it. We'll set that to be there. And then now if we do bottom left, it does not go in the bottom left. Why does it decide to do that? When I do bottom left, I would think you would go to the bottom left. You would set the Y to be this guy. Oh, interesting, huh? The size here, when I increase the Y of, oh no, size, it would be position. The Y position would be here. It should be down there, but it's not down there, which is what I'm super duper confused about. We have alignment here. If we set the alignment to center and then do bottom left again, so we reset U and then do bottom left here. Okay, we do end here. That doesn't work either. Why is that the case that it doesn't want to do it there? We go back to this guy here. We do alignment, maybe center, possibly. Maybe that's it. We set you to have the top left anchor. You do have the top left anchor. You also have all of those. You know, maybe if we do center anchor here, if we set you to be center here, possibly, and then we go back into our control screen here. Okay, that definitely changed things. That's good to know. Our top left now is still top left. That's also good to know. We save this guy here. We now do our bottom left. Why? I wonder. Okay, well, goodness is that it didn't change that part. We can go ahead and reset the center to be back where it was. Reset the size as well to be as it was. And the thing is, if we're not unable to figure it out, that's okay. It's not a big issue. It could become a big issue, but maybe I save it for a future me issue and just shove it off the next day. That seems to be the case of what might need to happen. As it's working as good as I think it might work. Center, bottom. If we do here, you there, we do bottom left's there. Then we have bottom right here. You know what? I completely forgot. We do need to do, there was 2 settings I needed to control, I believe. There was center right and bottom right and all of those guys. We would need to figure out how to, let's see, alignment center, alignment begin. We might have to go back on it being this control panel here and make it its own different thing, or not its own different thing, but have it do its own thing. Because this is top left, this is bottom left. It does do bottom left. Why are you like this? Huh? You want to explain? I'd like you to explain. I think you would have a swell time explaining. Now it wants to work. Doesn't want to work. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make a backup, and then we'll continue to see. It's there. The answer's there somewhere. It just takes a lot of wiggling around, apparently. We'll go ahead and make a change here. Save this as a position POSITION, position affix. There we are. Save, commit, and push. That should be good to go in that regard. Okay. If that is the case, then we're going to grab our control hint panel. We'll copy you here, or we don't even really need to copy you. We just need to make you your own thing again. So if I go ahead and make you into Lotus placeholder, make local. Make it local. There we go. And then we reset the sizing here to be what it is. Scale is as it is as well. We can then see that if we were to set this guy and we set the position to be, and set it to be the bottom left gets set. I am so confused. Now it doesn't want to set bottom left. That is an interesting one. But if we do it here and we set it to be bottom left, is it because of the scale maybe? That could be it. Maybe because of the scale. The scale works properly now. But if we change this guy to be bottom left here, bottom left, and then the scale is set to 0.75, yeah. Oh, interesting. Huh. But the scale is 0.75 now, and if we try bottom left now, Huh. If we reset maybe if we pivot offset, possibly? Would that work? Like if maybe I don't know. I didn't consider that. Changing the size changed it all. Maybe what we do then is we set this guy to be a total of a different scale. So if we change this guy, and I don't think we can now that I'm looking at it, I don't believe we're able to change the scale here. No, we're not. Okay, so we're back here to the control screen, and then we're here. We might not be able to just scale this little guy down then, which is super duper unfortunate. If we grab you here, reset the custom minimum size, do all of those things here. Top left works, and then the bottom left does not work. Okay, hold on. There's gotta be... I'm sure someone's run into this problem before. We'll do Godot, G-O-D-O-T, G-O-D-O-T, Godot, G-O-D-O-T, Godot 4, pivot, or rather, let's see, anchor, A-N-C-H-O-R, anchor, wrong when using S-C-A-L-E. Anchor wrong when using scale. How do you change that? Scaling down, now on ultras and drawn dimension, but leaves anchor and margins calculations based on unscaled version. This causes the anchor to snap into the wrong place. Avoid scaling control nodes, scale the parent node. Interesting. So, is that to say, if we grab this guy here, delete that guy, does it want us to then, instead, move you to be here? We would make a new control node here, possibly? Then we would move it to here, make it this guy, set this guy to be entirely full, entire screen. Then we move you to be here, set you to be there, make this guy, the parent, have this parent here, have the size of scale of 0.75, 0.75 here? Possibly? That won't work. That definitely won't work. Tricky. I don't know how you would solve that. Reopen, close tab. Let me see. There's gotta... I know that there is a way. I don't understand why the anchors are not working. Does your control happen to be a child of a second node? In case anchors follow that node's origin, possible fix set control as a top level. Let's see. Yep, okay. So top problem is control UI. Maybe what we can do then is possibly reset the anchor. Is there a way to change the anchor? Maybe that'll work. Because this guy here, that guy there... Layer mode, layout mode, anchors, position. Position can be modified. We can definitely do then this guy here set to anchors. I don't like that. Set to current ratio, anchors. Interesting. Okay, so my solution is as follows. We create our own system and tear everything down. That could work. It could definitely work. For example, here, if we do the layout mode based on position here, we could just figure out whatever anchor position we want. And for example, if we want it in the bottom left, we would put it here. And then we could add as many control panels as we want. And then if we want to instead have it be the bottom right, we would then move it to here. So maybe bottom right here. We would then want this guy to be, anytime it's added, we would want it to be on this area here. And that's why I'm not too sure about that. If we do end, maybe alignment end, possibly add it there. No. Okay. It's such a small problem, but doing it, I realized that, yeah, there's so many different ways to go about it. Size there. It's because of the scale. Because I want to scale it down, it does not agree to the scaling idea. It makes me want to do the scaling here instead, but I don't know if that's a good idea either. It says we don't recommend you scaling in this area here, but what if I want to do it? Huh? You're gonna stop me. Well, it is stopping me, so... I guess, fair play. Let's see, anchor bottom left, top right. Maybe if we set the anchor here. So if we set the anchor, right, in this guy to the bottom left, and then we go back to our screen, this anchor is set to bottom left. So if I modify and delete you, we delete that control node, and then we add in our panel group here. We do, let's see. You would need to be shrink. So let's see. You would need to be shrink center, save you to be that guy there so that you're not expanding. You would then go back to here. You're not shrink though. Okay, delete you, yep, and then set you to be here. Your minimum size, yep. Container and sizing, you are both shrink. Now go back to this guy here. We then introduce our control panel again here, okay? And it is set to be the bottom left. Okay, and then if we want to change the anchor, do we do it, or no. Now, if we change the scaling here, so if we scale it now to 0.75, possibly now? No. Interesting. Okay. If that's the case, then possibly we can just choose to move the position a little bit. Maybe that might be our best bet. So we'll grab this guy here, and anytime we choose a different, for example, the top or bottom left here, you would then make this guy smaller scaling. And I want to check too, that if this guy is set to the bottom left and you add another control panel here, we save this guy here. Is it going to pop out? Nope, it does not pop out. So I think the fix, unfortunately, is going to have to be we'll modify this position in code and do it that way. That might be our best bet. So we'll just subtract by the amount that it's off scaling, or not off scaling, but subtract by the amount it's modifying it by. So we can go ahead, go back to this guy being the top left of our control position here. And then we'll go back to this control screen here. We'll remove the control panel here. We'll then add it to here. And then we'll say that if we want our position anchor present, we'll change it here. And then we'll also modify the number, since this guy here will have the scale moved down a little. So 0.75 I think is a good scale. And we'll just have to modify the up and down a little bit. So let me see. Godot 4, change ANCHOR, anchor in code. How do we change the anchor in code of the node UI? Say set anchor and offset presence. The method changes this guy here. Okay, so let's see. In our control screen then, we'll go ahead and add a button, or add a what is it called? GDScript here. And in our GDScript here, what I want to see is, let's add a button in the center of the screen for now, just as a test. We'll do a button here. And then in the center of our button, we'll have a way to modify it. It's such a teeny tiny button. It's so small. Let's go ahead and make this little guy bigger. Let's make it increase in scale here. We'll do, let's see, layout, can transform, scale it up so that it's a bigger button here. And we'll make this button say, press me. Okay, maybe not that big of a button. It's a little bit too big. It's growing a little bit too much. And hi, is it come Jax? Possibly, or maybe come GX? Welcome back in the stream. Welcome. Oh no, back. I say back. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I don't believe I've seen your name before, so not welcome back. Welcome for the first time. And thank you all over again. Let's see. If we then move this guy here, on press, I want it to change its position. So on press, we'll just connect this really quickly to our control screen here. And on press, we'll want it to change to a new position. So here, I want to see about our anchor present. I'll grab this guy, access his unique name. We'll then drag this guy over, holding down Alt so that we can drag everything here. So on button press, we want to change the anchor. Right now, currently, the anchor of this control hint panel is bottom left. Let's change it to be on press to top right. So what we'll do here is set the anchor present. So it would be this guy, I think, dot. And then is it set anchor and offset? I see. Set anchor and offset present. Ooh, interesting. Okay. It seems to be the case as well that there is an enum. Interesting. Okay, hold on. So control present, bottom left, top right. Ooh. Okay, this is doable. This is definitely doable. In that case, we're going to need to have a possible offset to see if it exists. But what we can do for now, at least, is if we do control, so CONTROL, control dot, offset, right? OFF, hold on, what was it? It is control dot set present there. It's control dot present, and then it's going to be bottom, top right. Okay, so control dot present, top left. So control dot present, and it's going to be top right, underscore top right. Top right. Right, center right. Did I not spell it right? There's bottom left here, and there's top left. Oh, top left. Is that it? Top left? Top left. Top. There's no top left. Hold on. There is center top, center right, center top left. Top left. Why? It didn't exist there. Okay, that's fine. We'll just put that there. Okay, shall we see how this works then? If I click on play now, when we click on the button, it should go to the top left. So if I click on you here, so that you can see it with me, you here and then you here, we should be able to see that when I press the button, it should give us the top left. And it does. Look at that. It gives us the top left. So now what we have to do is we need to make some sort of drop-down menus that we can choose. And then from there, we're going to have to modify things a little bit, which shouldn't be too bad. Let me double check here. The current screen, what does it say? I can't see it. Okay, orientation UI buttons. Yes, that is what we want. Okay, in that case, what are the things, or what areas do we want the player to be able to do? We want top left, we want top right, bottom left, bottom right, and then we also want center bottom and center top. Those are the guys. So let's go ahead and start off by just adding or doing their names. So we have top left, top right, center bottom, center right. And to fix this, to make sure that we do have good guys here, we'll also make a drop down. So drop down and press X to accept your fate. Press the randomize button for some wacky results. We'll do a drop down menu here. So a drop down menu, options menu, is that it? Matches a drop down keyword. Options menu is a drop down menu, possibly. We'll move you here out of this guy here. And the hope is that this option menu should have items. Yes, it does. Okay, so we have add button, add button, add button, add button. So we're going to make sure that this is top left, top left. This is then going to be selected. We'll set this to be by default. I think the bottom right's the best one to do. So we'll do top left. We'll do, and thank you for the hydration, Chapel. Thank you,
Whitechapel
Let's
just
do.
redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for that redeem. The tea is tasty, and press the randomize button for a painful demise. Stop! Come on, right up. Oh my! So we'll have a top left here, and hi, is it Oh, I have seen that name before. Cessnatori? Maybe Cessnatori? Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And I always hate the wording on menu. Drop down, select choice, and don't Cess. I see. Welcome back in, Cess. And don't even get me started on multiple selection drop downs. I am finding out that Godot's UI system isn't very intuitive. It's painful, very painful. I don't know if you were here for it, but because I wanted the buttons to be scaled down, now the anchors don't work. They only work if the scale is set to be 1. But if you want to do different scaling, then the anchors decide, no, I don't want to work anymore. And I'm still very confused by that fact. We'll go ahead and we will go you here. So we have top left. We have, how do they usually do the things? I would think, right, top left. There's also the top right, top right, top right, top left, top right. And golly gee, that's wild. Gosh. Let's see, top left, top right. We have the bottom left, BOTTOM. Bottom left here, we also have bottom right. So never mind now, hold on, undo. There you go, bottom left. We also have bottom right. So bottom, BOTTOM, bottom right. We'll also have the center top and center. And the centers here will also just, they won't exist unless you're in the book. So we'll have top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. We'll also have center top and center bottom. CENT, or rather, we'll call this guy top and we'll call this guy bottom. Since this will be the book positioning. So this will be top and then bottom. So BOTTOM, bottom. There we are. By default, this guy, did you just make a goofy imitation? The audacity! You know, Jax, someone has redeemed that before and it was painful. Oh boy. By default, we'll set it to be the imitation. Hi, Cat. Is it Cat? Is it Kate? I believe possibly. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day's been well so far. We'll set this to be by default to be the bottom right. Since I like that one the best, so the ID is 3. There we go. ID is 3, bottom right by default. This is where it gets a little bit finicky, and the fact that I don't know actually what ID these numbers are. Does it let us know what ID the number is? Because, oh, it does, lovely. Okay, we'll just set these to be the ID number then. That way we don't have to worry about any index number being different. So our top left is set to be 0. Our top right is set to be 1. Our bottom left is set to be, our bottom left is 2. And then our bottom right is 3. Our center top is going to be 5. So we'll do here, center 5 is top. Yep, okay, yeah. Center top is 5, and then center bottom is going to be 7. So we'll set this ID to be 7. 7 will be the ID. There we go. And that's only like 4 syllables. What do you mean? Hold on now, imitation, right? That's a word. Is it limitations maybe? That's the only way I could see that being differently. We'll go ahead and save this then, and we will then go ahead and set whatever the, oh, I forget how to do it. I think it's going to be set anchor and offset preset, and then we're going to grab the current index. So let's see, on button, not button down anymore. We're going to need the options button. So I'll go ahead and remove this guy here, and the speed. We'll set the options button. I then want to say access is unique name. Nope, we shouldn't need that. We'll go ahead and set a signal here. We'll do on button press. So on item selected, connect here. So on item selected, what we're going to do is we're going to instead do this guy here. So on item selected, we are going to do you here, control hit panel group, and then we are going to set the anchor offset and preset to whatever, CONTROLS, control dot, and what is it called again? Control dot, hold on, undo you there, undo there, control dot, and whatever control, I'm not sure what, this is an enum, this is definitely an enum, but what enum body does it belong to? If I go ahead and undo you here, undo you here, undo you here, there, or no, redo all of you that we were just at, and a little wave. Let's see, I need to do disconnect, and then go to method here, so create you, then connect here, and you do that there, you do that there. Okay, we have a new guy here. I can go ahead and paste you here. Oh, hold on. Now we're good. Okay, so how do we access you in code? Are you an enum itself? It feels as though this is an enum. This control dot present, I wonder if it is. So I would think you'd be able to do something like this guy here, and then you can set it to be this guy here. You would then remove this guy here, and then you would do control dot, and you would see about doing, I think it is value or find key. It's something like that in order to grab the enum value. So let's see here. If I do dot value, dot keys. I think it's dot value, or is it dot keys? Dot keys, possibly. Keys, and then I think you do that there, and it should allow you possibly to do that, and then you grab that there, and then you do. Let me see. If I do Godot 4, Godod 4, turn int into int, turn int into enum, because we have the number, so casting the enum using the keyword. So what you do is, let's see, the static typing method, that's that. Question about int enums for casting. I just want to make, or I want to convert the enum, and let's see, dot keys, is it dot values possibly? Dot value, dot find, maybe, dot find. If it's not, that's okay. I was hoping we could get away with using the what's it called? These bits here. So we have description, we have all of you here. We have, yep, and depreciated. We should have anchor, float, bottom, top, left, right, and those guys there. There's offsets, yeah. There's methods. Aren't, isn't there should be an enum, I think. There's signals here. Enumeration. Okay, here we are. There's focus mode. There's focus behavior. There's mouse behavior. There's cursor shape. We're looking for not layout present. Oh, no, yes, layout present. So it's actually going to be layout present, set anchor present. So we would do here, we would do set anchor present here. So set anchor underscore anchor underscore present, set anchor present. And then we're going to grab not control dot. It's going to be instead control dot layout present. And then it might be dot value. I'm not too sure. It might be dot key then, dot key, dot find, maybe, possibly. Layout present in base control. Is it going to be then layout present like that? There. Identify layout present is not declared in the current scope. Okay, hold on. Let's remove that there then, and this will be layout present. So control dot, let's see, control dot, layout present, and then we dot, and we get all of these presents here. There should be a way to find that enum though. Godot 4, find enum by enum by ID. Find enum by ID. And we get treating the name as enum ID dot keys. I think it's dot keys then. Let's see, dot keys, and then you do that guy there. And layout present and base control cannot be used on its own. Type layout present and base control cannot be used on its own. Yeah, and then you do index here, but it doesn't like that. It doesn't like us using the games, it seems to be. Yeah, I'm wondering, I don't know if I did say it, Rodrigo, but welcome in. If so, or if not, welcome in X2 as well. I hope your day's been well so far. Let's see, dot keys, the direct method. Yeah, I'm not sure why it won't allow us to see the keys. Let's see, unnamed enums. Yep, and dot keys and global scope enums. Built-in engine enums, like you there, do not expose the keys method in Godot. For engine types, you must use their dedicated conversion function. Oh my, get key code dot string? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. Taking an enum, how can I access a global scope enum? Okay. How can I access a global scope enum? I guess that's what this is called. This is a global scope enum. And then let's see, in docs on page global scope, I apparently have to access all constants as an enum, but not the enum itself. Let's see. Okay, so the question then becomes, Godot 4, how to access global scope enums. How to access global scope enums. In Godot, you can access the built-in enums by directing their constant name without any presets. Yeah, but I would want to convert it. That's the issue here. And it's not giving me any good Googling I could find to see the case of. So unfortunately, we might just have to make our own dictionary of it, unless I can find a way to grab the enum. From what I'm reading, from what I'm finding out, it seems to be the case that if it is a built-in enum of Godot, then you can't do dot keys. However, if you did have, for example, here an enum, and it was a bleh test enum, and then it was like a bleh bleh here, and the enum was test, you could do that. So you'd be able to do instead, for example, here, you'd be able to do a test dot keys here, dot keys. These are the same, but this one is what I made. This one is one Godot has by default. That's why it's not working, and I don't know if there is a way to make it work. And a bleh 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 enum is a vampire dictionary. You know, go blah, blah, blah. Let's see. So how do I access a global scope enum? Yeah, Anna. What's the best way to declare and use a global scope enum? And populate drop down with a global variable. Okay. If we can't find the answer in a little, but I say we, it's all on me here. Let's see. And no, nobody. What about you, Twisted? Let's see. So far, one of the most helpful members. I don't know how to form some empty last days. I see. That's all good to go. And this post was in July 2016 or 2018. Let's see. Click on this guy here and add an auto load script. I want to declare a global enum, but I have a class experts files. That is not at all what I'm thinking of. So I will do for now, temporarily, we'll have a guy and we will say to do, and it feels like yesterday. Oh my. We will have a to do and we'll say to do, C to do equals, to do, find out if possible, POSSI, possible to access global scope, SCOPE-ENUMS, global scope enums. Find out if possible to access global scope enums. There we are. From there, we are going to need a way to just grab, tricky. Okay, so we could see about maybe using a dictionary. We're getting a number, and that number ascribes to whatever position it is. So I think then we just have to do number to position instead of position to number, since we can't do position to number. That's not possible. So instead, since we can't do position to number, we have to do number to position, hence why we're using a dictionary. So I'll go ahead and do on here a var. We're going to call it index to, let's see, POSITION. Index to anchor position. So we'll do index to anchor present position. I do like the name of that better. It's longer, but I think it reads nicer. So index to ANCHOR, anchor to present, PRESENT. Hold on, that's all uppercase, PRESENT. Anchor to present position. We'll then say that this guy here is a dictionary, and as I said before, we're going to make it an int, and it's going to be an int, and then to control dot layout direction, layout present. There we go. And that will be that there. Now, I don't remember if we have to populate it here, if we can modify it down there. I think we'll be fine to set it here. So set it equal to this guy here and then this guy here. And this is now where we can do control, or no, this will be where we add the numbers. But for now, let's do, or you know what, actually, technically speaking, if we just use the numbers back to back, that would work. I don't like the sound of it, but wait, technically speaking, I suppose you could do control dot, for example, and then top left, present top left, and then you would do this, and then you could do, then you could say this, and then you could do comma. That feels so silly, but it works, and you know what? I don't have to mess with any numbers, so maybe we go for this. I don't like the sound of it, but it works, so let's just do it. Top left, top right, there's also bottom left, so let's see, bottom left, bottom left, there's also here bottom left, let's then do this here, bottom left, we also have here bottom right, and we then also have here our center top and center bottom. So bottom left, bottom right, we also have here our present for center top, so present, PRESENT underscore center top, or present, how do you say it? What do you want it to be? Present, and then let's see, center top, yep, and center bottom. And seems fine to me. It feels so bad. But center bottom, and then you just grab all of these guys here. It feels so redundant, and I would want to look into it more. And the good news is that we have it to do, and so we'll just roll with this for now until we can figure out a better solution. Oh my! Now, instead of doing dot keys, because that doesn't work, what we would have to do then is go to our anchor to and make sure left, right, left, right. Yep. Okay. So now we would just do this guy here. And then you would say, oh, hold on. You would do this guy here, and then you would just put the index into that, and it'll give us the number. So index to int. So we'll just do index here. Hopefully now that should work. Fingers crossed. But we would also have to see if the index is what direction it would be. For example, here, because of our scaling, it's a little wonky. We'd have to make sure that if it's a certain alignment, we would have to modify it. So for example, here, if it's in the top left, it works. But if it's in the top right, top right. Oof, that offset hurts. Okay, and if you remove the scale, yeah, I take it back. Maybe we don't want to redo scale. Maybe we just leave the scale as is and accept it for who it was always meant to be. I don't like the idea of it, but at this point, this guy here has made his point. Fine, we have here our bottom, let's see, bottom right here. for example, and I don't like how that guy's there. I would want it to be shrink center if possible. So we go back here. It is shrink center. This guy here is that. So why is our control hint panel the way it is? Is it because we have to do begin here? Possibly save that guy. So let's see. This guy here. Yeah, I would want this sizing to be as small as possible. That guy there, save you there. So we have top left. We then have our top right, which is right. We then have our bottom left and bottom right. So shall we see how well this works? We'll set it back to be our top left. Save it here, and then let's click on play and see if the conversion works. So I'll go ahead and have some tea here. Unfortunately, seems to be the case. I have run out of tea. That's no good. I'll click on you here. And now we can hopefully see that if we were to do here, we set the button, and if we go to top left, it is top left. It is top right. Okay, so we have run into a bit of a pickle here, which is all good. Why are you the way you are? Set anchor present to be you there, but it's not quite working. And why is that? If we set you to be what you are with the control layout present, you should do your thing. On options button, item selected. We also need to make sure that this bottom, or this guy here, is also on function ready. It sets it to be. So function, we'll do underscore ready, and then we'll make sure that this guy here is also set to you here, and we'll set it to be center bottom right. So we should be able to copy this guy here. And by default, it should be bottom right. Let's see if that even works. Is this, what is it called? This function here. Do you even work properly? If we go ahead and click on play, the guy should switch over to bottom right, and you do not. Interesting. So by default, this guy actually doesn't want to listen to us. I wonder then, is it because of the control? If we do set anchor present, so we do the other function that we saw, it's set anchor present in offsets. If we set it to that guy instead, is it the function that's the issue here? It seems to be that it is the function. Got ya. Okay, that's all right then. We just rename the function to be here, like that. Let us also then make or set the control panel guy itself. So what we'll do here is not only will we set the present to be bottom left, we'll then also see about, go back into here, make sure that you are as shrink as you can possibly be, and as already, my goodness, Bobby, we'll set you to be as that there, and then your control hint panel here, and we should be able to, just off the bat here in our control hint panel group, on you here, we need to add a panel, so I'll go ahead and remove you here. We'll then go ahead and save this guy here. And on our control hint panel, we should be able to go back into this guy here. And in our control screen, what we're going to do is on ready, we are going to add in our guy. So we should be able to do control hint panel group, control hint panel dot group dot add underscore add spacers. That's a new one. That's not a, I wonder why it's called that, add panel. Oh, that needs to not be underscore apparently. Let me modify that there. If we go into our control hint panel group here, yep, no underscore since we're using it outside of the function. Back into here then. We want to say for our add panel here, we want to we need to do control hint panel, and this is the Godot script, right? Yep, this is Godot script. This is GDScript, the innate version for, or the innate programming language of Godot. Let's see, control hint panel group, and then we do control hint panel group dot, and then we can go ahead and do, oh, hold on, not control hint panel group. It's gonna be control hint panel dot mode, and we're going to set the mode to be, mode, let's do direction. We'll set it to direction. We'll set it to be the guy saying, let's see, movement, M-O-V-E-M-E-N-T. And then what we can say is our control hint panel dot, or rather we can say control hint dot, I believe, dot presence, or is going to be control hint panel, let's see, dot present, present bottom left, bottom center. I don't know why you have your present here. Hold on. You should have, I see, it's going to be control hint then. Let's see. Not panel, control hint, dot present possibly. Dot present, and I'm getting confused. So this lets me know I should probably rename these guys if it's a little bit tricky to do. Control screen, control hint panel, control hint panel. This is what I'm looking for, control hint panel here. And then we add the panel in here, either single button. We grab the button direction here. Yeah, is it, control hint panel. Yep, no, that's right. Button direction controls. I see. So it's going to be button direction. Yeah, okay. So the proper thing we need to do is do button direction. So button direction controls dot, and then it's going to be dot, And then it's going to be our present, P-R-E-S-E-N-T, player controls. We would add player controls here, and this should give us a W-A-S-N-D players control when we load this guy up. So if we click on play here, let's see how well this works. I'm not too sure yet, but there's always looking and seeing. Why are you angry? Set by present and base null instance on a null instance. Oh, I think it's because of the, because we're setting it in ready. Maybe that's why it's not too happy with us. So we'll just wait for it to load and do it afterwards. So when we change the button, we should get a new guy added. So if we remove it out of ready, let's see if it works now. We set this guy here, and then we go ahead and change the bottom left to be bottom right, or rather we have to change it to a new one. I see. Oh, I did not think of that. I think the issue at the moment is that the guy doesn't exist yet, so it's trying to create something that doesn't, or it's trying to grab something that doesn't exist. That's why it's saying null instance. Is there a way we'd be able to, the hope is that we would modify, or we would add panel. Maybe you add the panel and set the panel, possibly. Once it's done, maybe you'd have to do some sort of signal. I don't like the sound of that. I would like to be able to add panels and remove panels as much as I want, but adding a panel makes a new panel in it. And by making a new panel, the sign and everything, I wonder if I do this guy here. Does that help at all, do you think? And if I close you here and then click on play here, let's see. We get also an error, I'm guessing? Not yet. We do this guy here, now we get the error. Yeah, because it hasn't been set yet. There's a function for it that should allow it to do the thing. Let me see if I can find it while the ad break is running, and then I'll tell you if after the 3 minutes we're able to find it. There's one that waits for the frame to be added, so let's see. Godot for wait for empty frame, I think it is? Something like that. Wait for empty frame, or await tree get process. Ah, yes. Await tree get process frame. We'll go ahead then and do this guy here. And I think it's going to be this, await tree get process frame. And if we add then, let's see, back into our add panel here, we would then wait for this guy to do await tree get process. So I think possibly what would help is add panel, and in our add panel, see about that assign, wait for it to become a child. And I think if we do this guy here, await get tree, but it's not going to be await. I think await's the old one. So let's see, get tree process frame. I think that'll be our solution, possibly. Since it's not made yet, we have to wait for it to be created. Let's see, get tree process frame, get tree process frame. Let me see, is it this guy here that we're looking for? Get tree process frame, here, loops tree, get process loops. That does seem to be the case, get tree process frame, and then it does it afterwards. Okay, I think we're good. We just do that there, do that there, and then I think that might just work on its own. We'll see. And I'm curious, if you're using a Stream Deck or just keybinds for all of the transition and model stuff, I do plan to get a Stream Deck soon, but nope, no Stream Deck or keybinds. Nope. I do plan to at some point, but at the moment, I do everything by mouse and clicking on buttons. Hence why nothing has been automated and sometimes something doesn't get toggled on. I've yet to figure out how to do macros and micros for OBS, so everything will automatically preset itself if I do certain things, but I do hope at least before the what's it called? Before the stream anniversary. Oh my! Let me go ahead and get some tea here while we're waiting, and then if we still have time before the ad breaks are done, we'll do some stretches. So let's see here. Have to remind myself, don't look at the chat, look away. Always look away, and doing it hardcore style, exactly, which is not a thing to be proud of. Oh my, excuse me. Let's see, well, since we have some time on our hands, let's go ahead and do some neck stretches then. Where do I remember hearing that from? Hardcore. I know someone said it, but what show is that from? We'll go to the left here a little bit, and then we'll also go to the right here a little bit slowly. And then we'll go, let's see, to the front a little bit. And then we'll also go to the back a little bit. And then we'll also see about holding this guy here for like a bit, usually about a minute. We don't have time for a minute. We don't need a minute. We'll go here a little bit. And then we'll go here a little bit. And I think we should be good to go. A little left here, a little Monica on the side. And then we have ad breaks up. Alright then, welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. I believe the function I was looking for is await get tree. We can now see if this is the thing I was thinking of. So we do add child here, and then upon doing the add child, we do await get tree, so it pauses. Hopefully that means that the child will have been added, which means hopefully that we won't have to worry about it being empty and being null. So now, fingers crossed, we can go ahead and just add the panel here and ready. Maybe. Let's see. If we now add this guy here, add this guy here. Let us see, shall we? Let's go ahead and save this guy here. Save. Okay. Now, we click on run current, and we get survey says we get null still. Attempting to call a function set by present and base null instance on null instance. Yeah. See, the thing is, why? Node not found, attempting to call all of these guys here. Yeah, okay. Let me see if we can find a solution since get tree process frame did not work. Godot for attempting to call function attempt to call function in base null null lin, no, it's not a double l linstance instance. There we go. Attempt to call base from function null instance. How can we do that? If we're using a node name, we're good. Null. The node path must be perfectly matched. Null here. Yep. Sprite there. This will be null. But if you do the fix at an on ready word, we do on ready. We do the init. The problem init function runs the child, add it to the scene tree. So do a load. Oh yes, preload. Maybe that'll help. Okay. So instead, maybe what we do is we do. This was the thing I was looking at earlier. I was talking about how I thought we would have to do a preload for the new. I think preload might work. Maybe if we do preload. So if we go back into our, let's see, our control hint panel group here, and then this guy here, instead of doing new, so we would have to see about doing add child here, new. We're going to do here var panel, 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 and then we call this panel here, and it's going to be preload. So it's going to be var preload. It's going to be control hint panel. I believe control hint panel, I think, and then I think it's going to be equal, or no. You set panel equal to, and then it's going to be do typos like this, make it null, typos like this, make it error. There should be like a preload, I think, preload, and I think it would be preload, and then you would do control hint panel, this guy here, control hint panel. And I think then you would do that there, and then panel.new, possibly? I think. I know that there's something to do with preload. Let's see. If I go into code of old code that has been done, we'll scroll all the way down past the plugins. We have here a customer parser where we do a preload here. So we do preloads, and then at the bottom here, we should have like a .new. So we do you there. We do .getter add. Where do we use our Necromancer house here? Customer profile equals that there. Then we do customer house to profile, getter add, and we add whatever new guy is in here. There's got to be another one. There's this preload here. There's a preload here for our key. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we preload the key scene, and then in the scene here, we should make a new. So we do .instantiate. I see. So instead, what we need to do is if I close you here, we then go back to, let's see, close you here. Don't need you either. We close you as well. Don't need you either. We really don't need much. Okay, so we preload it, and then we do panel.instantiate, like that. And then we add child. I think that'll work. Now, close, play. See, does that do the thing we think it will do? Oh, hold on. We're in the wrong screen here. We need to be in this screen. Here we go. Okay. Now, do we get the error? We shouldn't, and we don't, which is good. But the guy doesn't even appear. Poor guy. Why don't you appear now? I wonder. And do we have to do for our new channel here? If we move this guy up here before we do any of that, if we click on no, we don't need play. We need the other guy. Close this guy. Close you. We don't need you. We need you here. Now we click on the play button here. What do we have? I see. Okay, so we do have to do it in that order. We do have to first add it as a child, which is good news. It's great news. So we'll do add panel here, go back to here. We have to do assign after add child. That's okay. That's understandable. Sure thing. I'm okay with that. Well, then too, to make sure and see about just knowing that it works, we'll also add in a panel here so that we can see it on screen. So we'll do a control hint panel. We'll add this guy here into our group as child here, and we should get another guy here. So now, back in our control center screen, we have our little guy, then we do save. Now we run it, we should see both the panels appear on the screen, and we get one panel. There should be a second panel though, And we can check to see if there is a second one by going to remote here. We go into our control screen. We go into our control panel group. We do have 2 controls. The other one, I'm guessing maybe it's on screen, possibly. It doesn't look like it's here. I see a kind of outline for it. We have this panel here, and then we have this panel here. Let's, by default, set it to be the center. That way we can see it by default. So we'll go and click on play here. Let's set the present to be center top. Center top, center top. There we go. Okay, so we'll set the default to be center top so that we can see if both of these guys are appearing on screen, because it says they're both created, but they're positioning. Okay, so they do both exist on screen. It's just an issue of not wanting to do it properly. So back in our remote guy here, we can see about possibly modifying this guy here. Maybe if we were to shrink the center on it, we do a line here, so like a positioning or shrink center here. There's no shrink center here. There's no shrink center here. We would want to make the, shrink centers here, shrink centers here too. Maybe if we do this guy a shrink center, possibly. It says why stored all of these guys here. What I wonder is why. Maybe all we have to do is go and close this guy here. And then if we do this options button above it so that it gets hit first. Now we click on play, we get, let's see. We get this guy here. Let me also make sure I move that guy to that guy there. We do bottom right, top left. That works. We do center top or top here. We have out of bounds get index space 4. Why is that the case? We should have, one of these guys should be a 4. This is 0. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. And this is 5. This is 7. Okay, hold on. Do you have a 4 by chance options that you should not have? We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. And then we have 7. Why is the ID giving us the wrong ID then? The IDs are correct. There's 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. But for some reason, it's not giving us the number. That is odd. That is super duper odd. Why is that the case? Selected 3, remove the selected, save that guy there, close this guy here, click on play here, click on start, have these guys do their thing and add themselves to the areas here. So this is top right, this is top left, this is bottom left, this is bottom. We have, bottom's not bottom though. That's no good. And then we have top. Okay, so center top, center top. Center bottom, bottom right, bottom left, go back into here. Yep, you here. If we do bottom left, you should be center bottom. That's right, that's center bottom. And we have center bottom, or we should at least. Center bottom, that is true. Okay, tricky and odd and super duper confusing, but that's also okay. Let's see, our top left has the number 0. We have 0, we have 1, and hi, Saif! Welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. Welcome to pain! That's what I can say. Ooh, look at the UI. Thank you for the encouragement despite the efforts of horribleness at the moment. Our top left is 0, and oh, you can't see it. Oh, that's unfortunate. When I hover over it, it tells me that the number is 0 here. When I hover over this one, it tells me that it is 1. This one says that it is 2. This one here says that it is 3. This one here says that it is 5. And this one here says that it is 7. So 1, 3, 5, 7. Those are the numbers that it says. 0, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, maybe something is wrong. 0, yeah, 1, yeah, 1, 0, 1, 2. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. There is no 4. And we have on here are 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Those do match up. I guess what we'll have to do is have it print out the index. So print out index here to tell us what number it's getting. Let's close this guy then, start this guy up and see if we can possibly fix it. So you here, you also need to be preset when you're added. So also we'll go ahead and do you here, set you to be there. We'll also add you to here so that they're automatically also modified to be where they should be. So we'll go do that. We'll do that there. And now when this guy starts up, it still doesn't want to do it. How odd. It doesn't want to start here when it's squished for some super duper odd reason. In the game itself, it's here, but when we press the button, only after we press the button, apparently it decides, yeah, now I want to set the anchors and offset, which is odd. But you know what? Sure, fine. That's okay. That's a-okay. Top left should be 0. Next one should be 1. That's good. Next one should be 2, which is good. Next one should be 3. That's good. Next one should be 5. It's not 5. What number did we get? We got 4. option button, do you want to talk about it possibly? Why is the ID here? That this ID should be set to 4 or 5. It says, oh, you can't see it, can you? Hold on. There, can you see it? It says 5 here. But when we enter it, it says 4. It says 4 down here. I'm curious then, because you can kind of see up there, that says 7. The bottom one should say 7. When I click on this guy here, when I start it, if we click on bottom, it should say 7. But my guess is that with the odd way it's working, it's going to say 6. But right here, it says 7. Right up here, 7. So bottom here, it gets 5. Huh? Uh-huh. Okay, control present top left, top right, bottom right, center top, center bottom. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, center top, center bottom. Okay, well, fine. I didn't want it to come to this, but fine. We will do 0. We will do 1. We will do 2. We will do 3. We will do 4, and we will do 5. Yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll go back to here, and we'll do 0, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll just set this guy to be 4 by default. So you should be set to 4 here, 4, and then we'll set you to be 5. Yeah, because that's what you want apparently. And you know what? I am not above allowing you to enjoy yourself as long as you are okay with behaving. Let's go ahead now and run the scene. And what do we get? Orc. orc. Okay, so now we have top left. This does give us 0. We have 1 here. That's true. We have 2. Yes. This should be 3. Yes. This should be 4. Yes. This should be 5. I don't know. And, you know, it's okay not to know sometimes. Sometimes programming, sometimes coding is stuck together with glue, duct tapes, hopes, wishes, and dreams, and lots of tears. So, fine. If it wants to behave like that, I will allow it. It is okay. Sure thing. We'll go ahead and close this guy. What we'll do then is I will make a backup for the thing that is somewhat working and somewhat agreeing to cooperate. So we'll have this say button B-U-T-T-O-N button L-A-Y-O-U-T button layout to workable. There we are. And code running on spit. On spit of all things. Why spit, huh? What is it with spit? Oh my. We'll sync the changes. We'll push this guy here. Now, what if you set the value to the drop down on ready instead of directly setting anchors to the object? Could you elaborate, Paula? If you have a suggestion, by all means. I don't like the way this feels because these numbers don't ascribe to what these actually are. These are enum values. If I click it, you can even see that, for example, top 5, 6, 7. These are what the numbers are in Godot itself. But if you have a suggestion on how I can get the numbers here to the numbers here, you set the value to the dropdown on ready instead of setting it directly on the object. We can definitely try that. Okay, I will copy this guy here. Let's undo all of these guys here to what we had initially. I will then have this guy here as the backup, and we'll remove that there. And then we'll go ahead and here in our function set button, set dropdown DROP, set dropdown, let's do a void here, void. And then in our dropdown guy, we'll have our options. So I think I should be able to do, if I right click you, set you to access the unique name, we'll then go back to our dropdown guy here, grab all of these boyos here. Nope, I mean to do, is it Alt? Hold on, Alt? Yes, Alt. Click on the options button here, scroll down, and let's see, options button, dot, and then we do add item here. Do you mean add item? And I think it'll allow us to have the, let's see, add item here, and we can do the label and then this ID. Okay, we'll do it here. We'll see. We will definitely see. So I will also, just as a precaution, do a second button. That way we don't have to modify our first button. Well, then also, it's still attached to the other guy too. So we just have to make sure this options button 2 says options button 2. There we go. So now our options button should work. We should be able to do set drop down. We'll put do set drop down to do. Here it should be able to go and find set drop down to you there. And with that said, on options button set drop down, we will try to see. So we have top left, and then top left here. We have then our number here, which is going to be 0. And then we'll just do top left, bottom right. And so that's 2 there for that. And then we have 2 bottoms, and then 2 centers. So top left, we have top right, RIGHT, and hello, Everkindle Studio. Welcome in the stream, and thank you for the raid. Thank you. I wholeheartedly understand if you have to raid and run, but do feel free to relax and chillax for a bit. Otherwise, well, no, I do hope you had a good stream, and you do get some well-deserved rest. hold on, bigot. Evening, welcome in. Slash shout out here, and then I can do at, and I can do Ever Kindle Studio. There you go. There you are. Thank you for the raid. I am currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game, and if I go to, let's see, cafe here, I can show you a little bit. The idea here. If I click on play very quickly, and I were to go into, love your energy. Thank you. Yes, chef. Thank you. I'm happy to hear it. We go into levels here. I can show you a preview of the game at the moment. If I click on this guy here, click on this guy here, click on this guy here. If I bring you into the cafe, yeah, what you'll be able to see is that ignore everything there. You don't see it. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. We have here our control screen, a control screen. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Debug there. Yep. Manage your game state. Where do you exist? It's fine. You know it doesn't exist. Well, shuffle now. All right, we'll hide the screen. There we are. Now, here's the game. You can see, the idea is that you play as a necromancer who goes to a wizard school, a wizard academy, but you don't want to become a necromancer. You want to become a baker or chef. So you open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where you serve your fellow wizard customers. So customers will come in, as it is a cafe sim here. So customers will come in, they'll sit down, they'll read their book, they'll think about delete the water. Click. Customers will come in, they'll read over their notes, they'll then decide to give an order, so you'll have to take their orders, and if I hold down space, you'll see that there's an order book here. So the idea is that different flavors attach to different wizard types. For example here, Gabriella is a necromancer. Their colors are, or the color is purple, and the flavor is bitter. And what I can do is show you here. The idea is that different food combinations, as it is a cafe game, you have to combine two different flavors. So for example, we can have this guy here, they want a sweet cocoa. And the flavor sweet, what it does is that any song, any combination that has the flavor of sweet in it, it makes for an easy song. So a sweet cake is going to be an easy song. However, if it has the flavor of bitter, then the music's going to be fancy. So if something were to be sweet and bitter, it's going to be fancy, and it's also going to be easy. So if we grab, let's see, they want a sweet, don't play, hold on. Let's see, sweet, and then, that's not sweet, and then we do, let's see, sweet, and then sweet here. Seems the controls are a little bit off, but that's okay. Sweet cocoa, I believe. Yep, okay. What you do then, you hold down Q, and you begin the rhythm typing. So let's see, G-A-L-U-M-P, and then H, and let's see, I, and then we have N, G space, A, N, D space, T, H, oh, and error scissor interesting. I can't read and do this, okay. Space, M-O-M-E. And then space S-A-C-R. Okay, we're doing so far so good. E-D space T-X T-S down. The hot T-W-O. Beautiful. We got a 61%. Once our dish has been expertly crafted and 100% perfected, we can... Wait, hold on. I'm just going to go ahead and spawn in the customer here. We're going to go ahead and do a profile. Let's see that there. Spawn customer. You're one. I need a 0 then. I need 0 customer. Come back. I hope though you can understand the game despite the customer's denial. It's okay. It's all right. That's the game in a nutshell though. You'll serve customers if they want to. That'll have to be fixed, won't it? Taking an order when you have an object in your hand. Right now we're working on the tutorial, and we're working on the screen where you can see the buttons at the buttons at the bottom of the screen you can press. And the Yelp reviews will tank! And game testing is my favorite part of the process. I do enjoy it. I enjoy bug hunting. I don't enjoy bug fixing. So I like playing the game and calling it working, since technically I'm looking for bugs. But once the bugs have been discovered, yuck! And a bit late, but from what I understand, the drop-down is linked to whatever panel you want to set the anchors for. And you were complaining that the drop-down doesn't have a default value, right? No, I was not complaining that they have a default value. The thing was, I was setting their volume. I was setting their index. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here too. Our guy here, control hit panel. Where did our button go? Oh, hold on. Okay, I was complaining that the values that I set here, so the 0, 1, it was 0, 1, 2, and then it was 3, and then it was 5, 7. It was not doing 0, 1, 3, 5, 7. It was doing any number it wanted. So it was doing default values. I set the ID here so that it could call the ID in the game, but it seems to be the case that when I click play, it resets all the IDs I did. That was the confusion. So the suggestion was, I believe it was you, is that we set it here instead of setting it here. Because I was setting it here and it seemed to somehow reset it. So we're seeing if changing it here instead of here on the side, if that at all fixes the issue, since maybe doing it in game will be handy. But that said, let's see. Eris Ezra Industries does not recommend driving a vehicle for up to 4 hours after experiencing an Eris Ezra stream. Any accidents caused by ignoring the suggestion is legally off our hands. I don't know, that makes me sound suspicious, check. Oh my, we have top left, top right. We then have bottom left, so let's see. B-O-T-T-O-M, bottom left and bottom right. And then we have top and bottom. So top, and this guy should be bottom. And the number should be 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Hold on. This is 0. This guy is 1. We have then 2. We then have 3. And then we should have 5. And then we should have 7. Yep. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. As we skip 4. 5, 7. That was what I had set, but it didn't want to do it. It instead set a different number set, which is what I was really confused about. So this guy here will have no item set. We'll change it all in the code. So let me go ahead and delete all of you here. That way we won't have any confusion here. And now when we click on play, let's see if that set drop down does fix it. If we have our options button, we have our options button 2 here selected. So back into our guy here. If we click on our good old Playboy here, let's see what we get. We get this here. All right, so top left, we click on top, oh, hold on. We click on top right here, that works, okay? We have top left here. We then should have bottom left, that works. Bottom right, that should say bottom right, but it's okay. Bottom right, we then have top, out of bounds. No, that doesn't work. It's still saying 4, but how can it say 4 when there's not even a 4 here? There's no 4. That's what I'm confused about. Out of bounds get index base 4. So that's the tricky part. And I think the option button does like gaps in IDs, so it just squishes them. That could definitely be the case. Definitely. And it's like an array instead of a dictionary. Ah, that could definitely be it. I could see that being the case. Yeah, if that is the case, that would make a lot of sense. I wish they were clearer about it, but I can understand the idea of the array number. I considered that this here, this itself was a array value, but these guys here are like part of a dictionary or something. And I'm enthralled. Has there been a single pause and a moment to catch breath? That's the secret. Anytime I laugh, I catch breath. So as long as I keep laughing, I can keep breathing. Oh my, let's see. So we'll go ahead and remove the set drop down then. We will revert to having our options button guy have the breathe. Don't
Check
you
14
dare check.
just
I've already
redeemed
had my
breathe.
allotted moments of breathing time. Oh my, give me a second. Do I have tea? Oh, I still do have tea. Okay, we'll breathe in 1 second. Give me 1 moment here. Tasty. Okay, all right, breathing time, shall we? You'll start off by taking a breath in. Hold it. And then you'll do a breath out. Then you'll do a breath in. Hold it. And then you'll do a breath out. We'll do 1 more breath in. Hold it. And then we'll do a breath out. There we are. Aren't you more relaxed? And I stopped trying to understand these trees back in 1410. But what is the reason we're skipping 4 in this numeration? We are skipping 4 purely because that's how Godot has it set up. If I click on this guy, these are enums that are in Godot by default. You can see here that I need 0, 1, 2, 3. I don't want center left, so we skip it and we go 5 and then we go 7. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, because that's what these numbers are as enums. The issue was that if Godot has an enum, so if it has a built-in enum, you can't call that enum, or rather you can't do dot values or dot keys like you can for regular enums. So I had to create this wacky system of making a dictionary to call the int to enum instead of doing enum to int, which is really, it's weird, but you know what? If it works, I won't complain. I merely won't complain. So, since it seems to be the case that it works like an array, instead of doing these numbers as their own numbers, because this number here is an enum, and it's set to be that number, and isn't the enum itself? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. That's why I wanted to do this, because this itself is the number. This should be equal to, oh no, hold on. This is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 7, 5, 7. That's what this equals. 5, 7, 5, 7. That's why I'm doing this. But it doesn't like skipping numbers. So we have to set the numbers this way instead. And oh, so it doesn't like you skipping any enum? You can skip an enum. That's the thing. I could, for example, do, let's see, I could do enum, E-N-U-M, enum test here. And I can set the enum to be, for example, here, A, and then we have equal to 0. And then I can set these to be like 2, and then, oh, well, let's see, 0, 2. And I can set this to be 8. And then we have C, and then D here. That works. This is fine. This is A-okay. However, how you can't set an enum, by default, or let me rephrase that. Usually, enums work, and you can do test dot, and then you can do find key or find value, or one of the cases. I think it's dot keys, if I'm not mistaken. Dot keys, yes. You do dot keys, and then you would do the number that you want. So dot keys will then equal A. But because it's a built-in Godot enum, it doesn't allow me to do dot keys for the control. So I can't do control dot, hold on, control dot, and then this guy here is a layout present. So control dot layout present, it doesn't allow me to do dot keys. Keys doesn't exist. And I need to eat and rest, so I'm off. No worries, no worries. I hope you have a well-deserved rest and relaxation. I was about to say relocation. I guess technically you're relocating to like the couch or the bed or something. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid all over again. And thank you as well for the follow. Thank you. And welcome back in, Metroid. As one leaves, one enters. Enters the ring. Welcome in. And again, I hope you have a lovely one. And I'm back. Oh, welcome back then. I hope it has been, or your parting has been very effective and useful. I don't know why Godot's like this. If it's a built-in enum, it doesn't allow you to do dot keys. But if it's your own enum, it's allowed to do dot keys. So since I'm not able to do this for our index, I made it into a dictionary. That's the reason why. Let me go and remove this here. So with that said, since it also seems to be the case that our drop-down menu doesn't like us skipping numbers, we then have to assign it by numbers here instead of numbers here. And let's see, but shouldn't 0 equal control layout present bottom be right? Bottom right be true? Could you elaborate what you mean, Cess? I'm not quite sure. The reason why we want to convert an int into the enum here, and don't let her fool you, she's relocating. Oh my, and let's see here. Yeah, shouldn't 0 equal control layout present bottom right? If I go back into, let's see. Present bottom right, present bottom right should equal 3, it says. Yeah, the present bottom right equals 3 here. That's the number they give. Let's see here, and bottom 0 equals present top left as for the enums. Let me go ahead and click on you here and click on you here. So we'll remove that test enum here. We'll go back to the finicky, painful thing of this guy here. And then we'll do this here. So we'll do Control K here. We'll then be able to do, I believe, we won't need to do the options button as a check. So I'll go ahead and undo access this unique name since we don't need it. And then I'll go ahead and save this guy to be here and set this guy to be here. With that said, this should now work since we're automatically doing the numbers here. This guy is set to be the 0, 1, and all of those guys. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 since it won't skip numbers. And now it should work properly. If we close this guy here, click on play here. Let's see. What do we get? We get, oh, hold on. Where'd my button go? Button, up here. Okay, so we have top left, we have top right, we have bottom left, bottom right. We then have our top and our bottom. It does work. And now what I'd also like to do is that if it is a special button, I want it to add another guide to it. So we'll say that if the index equals, if index equals, and we'll say 6 because that'll be the next guy we do. Otherwise, let's do this guy here. And then we'll have this guy here. We'll do a tab here. And then I would like to add another panel if it is 6. We'll set this guy to be this. And then we will say on our button here that if it is, let's see, you're 5. Yep, add an element there and hold on. I'm guessing that's a YouTube notification. We have here, oh my, I didn't expect that YouTube notification. Hold on, welcome back in, Dave. Welcome back in. Hold on, let's see. Let me click on this guy here, the proper one. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on YouTube. How kind of you. Very much need like us to be the 10 gifted memberships. But welcome back in the stream, and thank you all over again. You're very very sweet. And your previous ones will as your current ones, and I hope your day and the rest of your week and your previous week go very well. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely, and as good. Welcome back all the way in. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Click on this guy here. So, if we select this guy, we're going to say add control, C-O-N-T-R-O-S. So when I click the add controls, I wanted to add another control section. So now, what we should be able to see happen is, and I didn't even know YouTube had that many viewers. You'd be surprised. I'd say the majority of people who are on YouTube are mainly lurkers, and that's true and dear to my heart, since I am very much, anytime I watch streams, usually I'm a lurker. We'll go ahead now and click on play, or not play, we'll click on this button here, run current inspection. And with that said, hopefully now what we can have happen is, if it is the top left, for example, we click on add control, it adds another control. But when we add the control, I would like it if it automatically reset itself. And that's what I'm not sure. I'm very confused why it won't do that. That's the tricky part. When we do you there, I would like to set the anchor present to whatever current anchor it is. Or I guess it would be resetting the position, right? We would set the position to be like 0, 0 or something. My question is, why is it the case that this guy here, when you load it, it looks like this? And it looks like this until you set the preset. I don't know why that's the case. If this is top left as a preset, so if we go into here and we set the preset to be preset top left, preset, hi, Jack! welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. I guess the funny part is the fact that you both have different numbers afterwards. But technically speaking, there's a lowercase and an uppercase, Jack, and because it doesn't have anchor set by default, could you elaborate, Paula? I am curious on that one. Let's see. We'll do top left here. We set the anchor automatically on ready to top left. And this guy here too, does have by default the center bottom as its anchor. We can also set it to top left here. Notice how it's not squished. It's squished. It's squished here. But then I click on play, and all of a sudden it's no longer squished. It's very long. That's where I'm a little bit confused at. It's very long until we choose the anchor point. So if I click on this guy here, now it's squished. I'm not too sure why. The only thing changing is that we're changing the anchor point here, and we do it in the code. And I'm not too sure, maybe it's the order of operation that it happens, but we also do set it here in code. So we use the same exact function that we use for the buttons in the code upon doing ready. And I'm not too sure why this code, I think it runs. I do think it does, but it doesn't run, or it doesn't do something. I'm not too sure. And I'm wondering as well, is there a way to grab the current index, maybe possibly we could do? What we'll have happen is, we'll set a var here for C-U-R-R-E-N-T, current index, anchor index. So we'll say current index here, current, do an underscore here for index, and did you just call me the bottom check? I said lowercase and uppercase. And maybe because it's a dropdown's empty, I imagine when it loads the dropdown, it triggers the selected signals and sets anchors to nothing? Maybe, possibly, but I don't know how you would fix that. I know before we did add the function of populating the control or the options menu. I definitely think maybe it's due to an order of operation. It makes me wonder if there's a way to set it to be the case of before you press the button. Is it a thing if we'd have to delay this guy and choose it that way, or I'm not quite too sure. And on the option button in editor, you can select the default value. Options button in editor. Let's see. Selected, fit to longest. I'm not seeing anything about an anchor point, and the evil scientists couldn't keep the vats of that many clones in check. Oh my, how awful. And let's see, selected here. We can see about possibly making it, what is it called? Selected, we'll set it to be top left is 0. So let's be the top left 0. I'm not sure why that would make a difference though, but I'm open to the suggestions, as I think it's a problem with the panel, not with the button. But again, I am more than open to it. But is 0 some other anchor you want? Yeah, this is for the buttons. It's not the anchor. But if I set it to 0 now, and I click on play here, and your name frequently reminds me of the Mirror of Esena, possibly from Heroes of Mana. The secret is that it's actually assigned to Mira. I've just read your name backwards. I say, yeah, that's new. I very much hear people. I butcher names. I read names incorrectly. Sometimes I just say the name that doesn't even exist on the board, but I've never read a name backwards. So, congratulations to you. It still does. It's still open. I did set the selected to 0 by default, but it only modifies it when I click on the button or reset it. And I use the function that it does in loading. And it's not too big an issue, since technically speaking, maybe if we modify it in the code when we really do end up using it, that it'll be fine. And what I wonder is, oh yes, right. I wanted to do int here, set the current int equal to be 0, since that is the current int. And then whenever we do on options button selected, I want to set the current index equal to index here, like that. And then what I'd like to do is upon doing this guy here, and it's quite unfortunate, Aris Ezery. Aris Ezery. And that's actually genius character design. Hold on, let's see. I have heard of Heroes of Mana before. I think we've even studied the sprites. Let me click on this guy here, mirrors. Oh, let me click on this here, and let's see. If I do, or sire, oh my, sire. Oh my, let's see. Actually, Niece's is a niece here. Let me copy this guy here and paste this guy here. Niece mirror. Nothing's popping up, but I will certainly see HEROESOFMANA. Heroes of Mana. I will save that there to look into a little bit later. Thank you for that one. Let me click on you here. I will close this guy since I don't need you at the moment. And then what we'll do is go back down to here. So if we do select anything, or actually hold on, we will do, yeah, we do need to do this. So we do this guy here, we do this guy here, and then we grab whatever index we have currently. So if index equals 0, oof, actually we're going to need a previous index. Well, no, it's okay. It does not set the index again if we're here. We then do that there. So we do it by the current index here. There we go. And so the modernized version of your name's reverse would be a seer. Sounds like a zeer. Let's see. If I do you here, let me go ahead and click on play here. The hope is that it'll modify the buttons so that they're in the right spot when I add another one. So if we're here in top right, if we're here in top left, and I add another button, it should still stay in its same position. So add a control button here. Interesting. And let me do top left again. Isn't that odd? Huh. I add a control, and then it gets bigger. And then you do the reset on this guy here. Why is that? We do when we add another panel, I redo the anchor presence here. If I don't do it that way, so if I just comment that guy out, and I do it this way, we get this guy here until we reset it when we press the button. And then when I add in the control, okay, that worked. Interesting one. So if I close you here then, and let's see. Hold on. Classic actions, look, watch, public static void, press knows true, look action meant to do, but don't later. I don't know why it decided to, smart detection. Let me do that there. Let's see. So using system public class program enum action look equal 0 watch equal 1 public static void main. This sounds like it has to do with C++. Maybe I do remember static void. This prints no truths since in C# I see. This is what I mean. I don't mean to belabor the point. It's just that enums always trip me up when I'm learning this stuff, and the indentation got messed up. It's C#. I see. It definitely is a little. It's very, not even a little. It is very difficult to read. I don't quite remember my C++ days, but I do remember enjoying enums there too. And you sound so insane to an outsider right now. A programming language. And let's see here. I did believe that as well. I did read that as well. Lovely. This is what I meant. I don't mean to the point. I mean, enums always trip me up. They do. I do love enums though. I like how you can turn numbers into words and words into numbers. I'm just a little confused on the options button. And let's see, static void main from Java and C#. Yep. It's also, well, I don't remember how close C# and C++ are. Well, yeah, one's sharp, one's plus. Is it C++ I'm thinking of? Is it a double sharp? One of the two. It was like a plus or sharp. And I'm about to get my soul consumed by being a part of the void. Why I use void all the time? Void just means it doesn't return anything. That's what void means. It means throw the result into the void once you're done with it. That's what void means. And I really like the use of enums. You can use them for AI states and items and all kinds of things. Yeah, they're lovely. They're a lot of fun to use. And I like how, as well, they're all capital letters. It feels important and professional. Yeah, well, I can feel like a professional. By all means, give me some enums here. Let's see. Current index equals index. So why is that the case? That when, oh yes, I want to click on this guy here, and very professional. Yeah, all business here. We click on this guy here. We do bottom left here. And then we add a control here. That works. And then we do top left. That works. We do center here. So let's see top and bottom. So top here. We'll move this guy to the center. It is weird how there's a bit of an offshot. And I don't know how you might modify this so that it isn't. Because when it's at the top, I would hope you would choose the center of the buttons. This doesn't look like it's the center. It looks very off center, which is not too swell. And the thing is as well, I am not too worried about polish. While I would like my game to be polished, if it's a little scuffed here and there, that's okay too. And would a not professional wear glasses and an octopus? I'm not wearing Bob. He's simply here to accompany me. And most coders are insane by default. you have to. I prefer the word obnoxious but consistent. Let's see here. I'll go ahead and close you there. And index equals 0, control 0. I thought by race doing the control index here, current index equals index. I thought that would fix it. It seems to be the case that it already fixes itself depending on where it is, so I take back that idea of current index and consistently obnoxious. There you go. And hi, Kimmy K. Oh, that's a lovely name. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, Kimmy K. Let's see here. I will do you here. We'll remove our control index since it seems to be the case that we don't need our current index. I keep saying control. I don't know why. We can also go ahead and remove our print index as well. Save you there. And then if I click on you here, let's see. So we have this guy here. I want to know why it decides to do this. Maybe we can look into this guy here and it'll tell us the answer. Why are you so long? We have grow horizontal, right, left, grow vertical, top, and obnoxiously consistent or consistently obnoxious. Obnoxious but consistent. Let's see. Size here, top maybe? That's bottom here. Okay. We have all of these guys here. Anchor present, top left. We have bottom right here. Yeah, and we have top left here. But why? They're also both shrink. You can see, they're also both shrink here. So why is it the case? If we click on fill here. Yeah, but why is the question? Okay, you are there. Your shrink center. I'm wondering why. Anchor present is top left. Custom minimum size is that there too. Is it because of maybe something here? Maybe? We have fill on here. If we unfill you, okay. So our size flags on our control hint panel, we go to our control hint panel here, this guy here, we go into you here, you are set to fill. Undo that. We set you to shrink center. Then I save you. We go back to our control guy here. And now, if we close you and start you, let's see, has been watching for 15 consecutive streams, road to 100, let's go! Hi, the Vaulted Ace, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. I hope you've been well, and my goodness, 15 consecutive streams, look at you go, how sweet, and I do appreciate your, what's it called, what would it be? Your, not participation, your, what's the word I'm looking for? No, but not participation, it starts with a P. When you're present in class, your attendance doesn't start with a P. Attendance, I appreciate your attendance. Not persistence, no. It was attendance. That does not start with a P at all. Oh my, let's see. Okay, this is somewhat working. Now, the question becomes, why did these guys decide to go in the bottom, do you think? I don't know why I thought it was expectations. Close enough. Why is it now this, do you think? Observation. Let's see here. Punctuality? You know what? Sure. I think my mind somewhere deep in my heart. It knew. That was the word I was searching for. Thank you for that one, Sweet. Oh my. Let's see here. Do you have a heart? What do you mean, check? Yep, definitely an attendance cult fellowship. Tomato. There's a difference. There's a big difference. Let's see. Okay, so shrink center. But why now is this guy at the bottom? Is there a possibility? It says, this guy too says shrink center. Is it maybe left? No. Maybe right? No. Why is this guy the case? Shrink center. Fill. Undo you there. Undo all of you guys there. Why are you like this? Okay. We're here. We're in the remote. And somewhere, somehow, your subconscious knew. Yeah, and that's not what she wants you to think. Look at her brainwashing the non-cultists. There's no brainwashing nor cultist going on here. Just typical conversation. It's not like I'm a siren or anything. And by listening to my melodic tunes and my angelic voice, surely you'll be charmed. I wasn't brainwashed to Supreme Leader. Oh, my Supreme Leader. Okay, oh no. I can't think of spell blockage. Oh my, let's see. There's top left, there's bottom right. Why is it so big, do you think? Top left here, and I think you're dipping into a bit of the pirate there, yar. Arr, matey. That's not pirate. You haven't seen pirate. Expand, shrink. Why is it doing this? If we click on close to you here, did anyone else drink the punch? There's no punch! And I did that as well. Spell blockage, my. You are there. You are top left. Your size is that. Maybe container sizing? They're both shrink center. So that is the thing. And this looks rather square, this looks rather square than a rectangle. A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Is that relevant? I don't think so, because I think you're saying I take it back. Ignore everything you just heard. I click on play here, and it expands into this, which is odd. We want those guys to go above, and for some reason, they don't. I wonder if we click on you here, and we remove the set anchors offset present by default, maybe that'll make it work. Maybe. We click on you here. Now that we're here, if we do top right, okay, we do bottom left, okay, we do bottom right, okay. And now if we set it to be top, good. We set it to be bottom, good. We set it to be add, good. We do, again, top left, good. Top right, good. I don't know why, but it works now, so good. And she hit you with the actually, even though it was pointless this time. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's in somewhat working condition, so let's go ahead and make a backup here, shall we? Let's see, I'll do that there, and we'll go for position backup. Click on you here, and we'll set this to be POSITIONFUNCTIONAL, position functional. And with that said now, the last thing to do is I would like it to have a maximum of 4 controls possibly on the screen. Will we need 4? We might need a few. I wonder. If I click on play here, how many buttons do we have to know about when we open up the book? Oh boy, and we can semi-guarantee the game won't explode. Aerosol Industries. Oh my, it sounds like it's just a walking hazard. It's a terrible, terrible idea. Let's see here. Oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, close you here, hide you here. There we go. Save you here. Okay, so looking at the game's controls, there's a few, there's definitely a few here. There's not a lot, which is good, but there is enough. For example, to open up the book, you have to hold down space. That's a control, but I don't know if we should say to the player, and hi, Progsy. I have seen that name before. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. Welcome back in. I do believe. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. And hey, and hi. Welcome in. You're just on time. I was just talking about the game. / shout out here. I hope wholeheartedly understand if you have to raid and run, but feel free to enjoy your rest and relaxation here. But if not, I do hope you're able to get some well-deserved rest. Let me do here an app, then we do prog. Here we go. Lovely. I am currently making a rhythm typing cafe game. To those of you that don't know, the idea is that you play as this Necromancer here as I pause this game. And the idea is that custom viewers will come in as you're in a wizard magic academy. You've been sent here by your parents to learn and hone your necromancy skills, but you don't want to be a necromancer. You want to be a baker, a chef. So you open up this hidden cafe, and your fellow wizard students will come in. They'll read the menu, and they'll want to order their book. And hold on, I did see that. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. And your energy is very refreshing at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. My goodness. I would say you know your health best, but I do hope if that is not your desired result, that you are able to get your sleep schedule in order soon. Hopefully it'll be good company. And can you be Necrotype Cafe 2046? Hold on now, 2046. Give me a little credit here. Oh my! A customer will read through the book and then they'll want to order. We'll go ahead and take the customer customer's order here. Once the order has been taken, you hold down space here, and hi, Jay. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. And you're better off drinking at this time of night, and at 5 a.m. is bad. Gulp. Kimmy, is there something you want to let us know about? I know when to speak. Not one bit. 5 a.m. Ricky numbers. Oh my. When you hold down space here, you'll be able to see that there is a book. And we were just talking about the navigation of this book. As this book allows you to see the customer's orders, as well as it gives you a, I don't even know if you would call it a wiki, maybe a glossary is a better term, into what the game is about. The idea is that wizards are assigned a different color and a different flavor. For example, Necromancer's here, which is Gabby. She is assigned the flavor of bitter. And anytime you do a spell that has the flavor of bitter in it, it has fancy music in the background. And for example, when we add pyromancers into the game, they'll have the color of either orange or yellow, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. So any song that has the flavor combination of spicy in it will have to be either very fast or upbeat, but let's just say fast. So if you make something that is bitter and spicy, then it's going to be fancy and super duper fast. In this case, this customer wants something that's double sweet, so sweet cookies. You can also see here that there is a glossary for all of the foods that you'll be able to unlock too. And what we're just describing is how many controls are there to navigate this book here. There's a few. There's definitely a few. So we're going to have to figure that out. And let me change the topic. The game looks so good. Thank you. Most of these are placeholders at the moment. I've been working on this game for almost 2 years, and it's the second game I've ever made. The first one I made in 24 hours. Anytime I worked on it, I had a stopwatch going, so it wasn't made in a day, just made in 24 hours. This is the second game I've ever made, and I'm hoping to put it on Steam. It'll be a Steam release. So first Steam release, second game. With that said, to open the book, you hold down space. Now, do we want to allow the player to know that they can hold down space when they open and close it? I'm not too sure. But that is a button. And ever join a game jam? I do hope to someday. I'm hoping that when the demo of the game is done, once it's released on Steam, then I'll take a break from development for a little bit and do a game jam. My hope right now is to focus all on Necrotype Cafe to make sure it gets out. Because if I do one game jam now, I'm going to be doing so many game jams that I won't have time to work on the game. So the reward will be, once I get good amount of development done, then we'll see about doing game jams. I am learning a lot by doing this alone, but I would love to join a game jam. I would indeed. We can hold down space here, in this button here, in the game, without any of the book UI. You can use the arrow keys for movement, and you can hold down space. You can also hold E or press E to interact. And there's also this button here, where you can spellcast with Q. And the system's so advanced, it must have taken a while. Almost 2 years of work. That much isn't a while. And remember as well, I've never done anything like this before. It's not like I have experience. And probably by the time it's finished, it's not going to be your second game release. You know what? I hope so. I hope I can get this game out so fast that it'll feel like a potatoes next to compared to the third game release. So let's see here. We hold down space, it opens up the book. That is one control. Aside from that, you can use A and D to flip the chapters. At the very top, you can see there are chapters. In order to enter a chapter, you click on F. Now the chapter is selected. And then if you use A and D again, you can flip the pages of the chapter. To exit out of the chapter, you click Tab. That brings you out of the chapter. We're going to need to have a color to say that you are in the chapter, some sort of selected color, because yeah, right now it says, yeah, okay. We'll need to change it so that when it is selected, that color changes. But right now we're in the chapter, but it's not very obvious that you're in the chapter. And weren't those tabs instead of chapters? Chapters and tabs, I would consider the same thing. But you're right, there is at least when it comes to variables and things like that, having names for it is super duper important. Tabs, we can say tabs, and I'll try to keep that tabs in mind. And I think I can learn a lot from it. It's a nice opportunity to get a lot of game design feedback and learn from it. Yep, that was the main goal with this game. I don't want it to be polished, or the goal is not polished. The goal is to make a game and go through the experience of putting a game up on Steam. So if it's a little scuffed, it's a little rough around the edges, I'm okay with that. I want to make sure that it's a learning experience. A potato. Exactly. So let's see here. We know that we at least need to show the player that they can navigate through the chapters with A and D. So that's one set of controls. F will be select. That's another set of controls. Up and down is another set of controls. And tab is another set of controls. So I believe that's 4 in total, right? We have left and right, 1. F, another one, so it's 2. We have left and right here, that's fine. We have up and down, that's another one, so that's 3. And then tab is another one, so 4. I believe the maximum amount of controls that we can have, or that will be available to the player, is a total of 4. So with that in mind, let's see what we can do with that. If I click on play here, this is why I wasn't too sure. If we click back to here and here, right now, this little guy is capable of holding a total of, if I click on play here, and what does tab do again? Tab exits out of the chapter. So it allows you to go, if you have a chapter selected, as I click me here, and I click on this guy here, click on this guy here. When you enter, to enter tab, you have to do F. So now we're in this chapter. Whenever we use left and right, say chapter tab, oh no. When you're in this tab, you can use left and right. To exit out of it, you have to click tab. And now whenever I use left and right, it now does here. So if I want to be able to turn the pages, I have to click F. And how are we progressing? I took a workout break. Well, welcome back in, Ame. Welcome back in. We are in a better kind of sort of spot here. You know, there has been an improvement, like a centimeter of an improvement, but an improvement is an improvement. So, hey, can we really measure the scales here? I was just talking about how there's a total of 4 controls that the player will need to, the player will likely need to know about. And hold on, give me a second for my throat here. We're in a better position than we were. I can go to our control hit panel. There is going to be a maximum likely of a total of 4. So in our group here, if there is a total of 4, the game will look like this. And this is where my concern comes from. I think that this is not a good thing. I would like the 4 to be able to fit on the screen. So then the thing becomes, how can we fit 4 into the screen? As the issue we ran into was that if you scale these guys down, they get finicky with the location, and that's where I wasn't too happy. I wanted to do, for example, here, if we go into our this guy here, in our hold on, let me save this guy here. In our control screen, we now have there we are, 4 guys. These 4 guys. I would like it if I could just scale the guys down here and do 0.75. That it would be ideal. However, the issue is that because we scaled it down, the anchor points work differently now. So if I do now our bottom left, you can see that there is a bit of spacing between the bottom left. If it was not scaled down, this spacing would be correct. And I'm wondering if, because of the spacing issue, do we want to just have the game automatically choose or say, hey, if you choose bottom left, modify the position by this amount. We could, but I don't like that idea, but it's possible. And this, oh no, oh no, oh no, how could you do this to me, check? Now I'm struggling to read it. I've always struggled, granted, but this is test text. Oh boy. It stays, it's beautiful. The ad break is about to start, so we'll let it do its thing. And while we wait, we'll take some tea or drink some tea and do some stretches. Oh my. It also clears my nose too, you see. So let me get a little bit of tissue here, and then let me mute. And who didn't? I like that. I want names. Or who didn't like that? I want names. I'm not pointing fingers, you know, we don't blame here, we don't point fingers here, I can't give you the name, unfortunately, it's a very sad thing, but it's alright, it's okay. Let me up my nose here, give me 1 sec. Alright, we're all good to go. And this is a test of the emergency broadcast test text. Don't text while testing the text. And thank you, check. Thank you. I wouldn't say I'm pretty good at doing the tongue twisters. I could decently. Let's see, TONGUE-TWISTERS. Tongue twisters here. Let's see. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Oh, that hurt. Run, people, and gotta go for tonight. No worries at all. No worries at all. There we are. Good luck on your game. Thank you. And thank you once all over again for the raid as well. Peter got pickled. I hope you're able to get some good rest. And thank you all over again. Oh boy, seashells by the seashore. That was not too bad. She sells seashells by the seashore. And are the pickled peppers bottom aligned or top aligned? The pickled peppers are at the moment bottom aligned. The issue is that the scale changes it by for some reason. Well, I know the reason why. It's because it's scale. we reset the scale to be 1, it fixes that space issue. But if the scale is 0.75, and from what I read online, it says to change the parent of it, but we've already changed the parent. For example here, if I try to change the scale in this area, so in our actual control hint panel group, it then gets even more finicky. So it seems, or no, we can't change the scale here because this is the child. And you don't want to set or change the scale of the root node, so we don't, because it definitely recommends you don't do that. Let's see. If by that, I mean, there's a little bit of like a, oh, you know, I can just show you. If I set this to be 0.7, you get a little angry caution sign, usually, but it's not doing that. Interesting. You know what? Might have just fixed it. And thanks, I did read that. Lovely, lovely. One more while the ad break's going. We have, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck, as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck wood. I have never seen the last of that. I've always seen the beginning of that. It used to be one of my favorites. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Let's see. I'll move you to here and here. Ad break should be just about done. So welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Maybe I should practice my tongue twisters. It could help me. Rookie examples. Oh my. Let's see. What would be our non-rookie examples uncheck? So if it's the case, right, that we can change the scale here without it yelling at us, maybe we change the scale here, 0.75. That would be the size I'd like it at. If we change the scale here, does that now do it? Does it fix it if we change this back to 1? This scale is not doing the scaly things. Hold on. This guy here is set to be that there, and that's less extreme than an average Polish sentence. I'm a rookie, all right. I know my weaknesses. We save this guy here. That's set to 0.75, and then on our control hint panel, it's not 0.75. Or okay, and then we set it to be bottom left. No, it does not like that. If we reset the size as well, we do top left, that works. But our bottom left here, it still has that spacing. So changing the scale here also didn't fix that spacing problem. The only solution I can think is to, and oh, what if we get an Erison lineup? What's a lineup? What do you mean by that? That's so scary. Oh my. What would be the solution? It says to choose or change it by the parent scale, but we tried that. And what if you scale the individual components? We can't scale the, or I think, oh, hold on. If I click on you here and we scale this guy here, I remember it yelling at us before in a different, well, not this one specifically, but we can definitely try saying here. Okay, it allows us to do it here, and it doesn't give us an error, which means if we go back to here, we save it, okay, but these guys are still the same size, so hold on, go back to here, yeah, okay. So our control hint panel here, I have set the size of these individual ones, so this control hint panel has been set to the size of 0.75. This control panel is a child of our control panel group, and the control panel group is set to be 100. These guys here, if I just delete these, just to see out of curiosity, we grab a fresh control hint panel here, so grab you here, make you a child here. We do 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that did not change it, unfortunately. I did save the panel itself, so the panel here is a single guy. I made sure to change the scale here to 0.75. I then put it into here. Does it say 0.75 possibly in the scale here? No, it doesn't. But I did try changing these individually, and it didn't work either. Let me go ahead and go back to our control hint panel here. Reset the scale back to the 0.75 here. The only thing, I feel as though there's gotta be a solution to this, because it feels like it's a common problem, but I don't know at the moment what the solution to it would be, which is the unfortunate bit. If I click on save here, and then we were to do, let's see here, shrink center, expand, that's good to go. It's the issue of some sort of, maybe the pivot, no, not the pivot offset. Because if we save this guy here, and we were to add in, or if we were to do then, this is top left, if we set it to top right, we will want it to anchor here in the top right. So that's what makes me think at least that if we change the scale, so if this were 0.75 here, top right then doesn't work. And that's what top right then doesn't work. And have you tried pressing all the buttons and seeing if that works? I like the way you think, Jack. I have also tried turning it on and off again, but there's so many settings that it feels as though I'm pressing buttons that I shouldn't, even though I made the entire thing. Bottom right also doesn't work anymore, just because the scaling is modified, which is really confusing. Also, this doesn't seem to work either. Hold on, that's top left, and then bottom left here. Yeah, and then our bottom right gets set to there, which is right. This should be bottom right. But if we redo the scale here to 0.75 here, it should be not that. It should be here, but it's there. Okay, let me have a little bit of tea here, and we can keep messing around with it for a little bit. Tasty, tasty. Okay, with that said and done, it makes me wonder, maybe if we move the thing to the position of the guy? Possibly no. We can't really do like make our own anchor points and say, go to this position, go to this position, go to this position, because the position would also change depending on how many nodes there are added. Because this guy here would then have to be changed to be, let's see. This guy would then have to be changed to be our bottom right here. Interesting. It keeps to having that space. Is it because the sizing would have to be modified, and now if we do bottom right here? Interesting. Okay. You do there, we do top left again, and then bottom right again. Now it's modified. It makes me wonder, the position here, this guy here, this is 0 or 144 x 590. If we add another guy, does it change the position? 144, 590. It does change the position because of the additional guy. Okay, so maybe, and I don't like this idea at all, we might have to do it based on the amount of guys in the right. It feels like a big old workaround. Let me write this down to maybe explain what I'm thinking is the... Why? Why? Save that guy here. Are you okay now, controls? No, it's not okay. It doesn't know what to do with itself anymore. We'll reset the anchor present. Yeah, I think we might have to do it by hand. I really don't like the idea of doing it by hand, but that's the only thing I can think of at the moment. We have here a top left, and then you'd have here our bottom right here. That guy too has been modified, I think, because of this guy here. Have you been set to be, let's see, layout here. You are not transform, okay. So you aren't set to be 1 scale. This guy here is not set to be 1 scale either, but it's messing up again with our bottom right. Top left, reset sizing here. Top left, bottom right, not right. If we go back to our control hint panel here, is it because your scaling is wrong? Hold on, grab you here. Nope, you're good to go. And gosh, I always do everything by hand. I do, well, if it can be optimized, if there's already an existing system, I try my best not to do everything by hand, because then it gets very finicky very fast. And because I'm using something IDE adjacent, I have heard people who have made their own IDEs before, which I think is super neat. And hi, Venus, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Welcome back as well. I hope your day's been well so far. Let's see here, top left, that guy works, and then the bottom right here. What happened? This is why I said before about saving, because for some reason, it breaks often, which is understandable. You know, we all do it from time to time. We do top left here, and then we do bottom right here. Bottom right works, bottom left also works, so that's good to go. It's functional, kind of, sort of now. Okay, we might just have to do it by hand. I don't like the idea of it, but it's the only thing that comes to mind. We would do it by hand, and the way we would do it by hand is we would have to take whatever multiple it is to modify the position. For example here, if we delete all of these guys here, when the panel is set to 1, and leave the main issue to next week, Eris and ask you around for the solution in the meantime? I think so. The issue is that the positioning is important for what the next step is, so I don't want to skip on it too much. Or you know what, maybe we could just leave it the small, or no, we can't even leave the small amount. Okay, we'll just do it by hand. We'll do it by hand, and then we'll figure out the easy peasy solution another time. So, the by hand I'm thinking is, right now, the position of this guy holds at it being 00 by 590. And I believe it's by 590 because of this guy here, because of the size. And if we go ahead as well and set this to be the size of scale and set it to 0.75 here as well, the position is going to be, yes, 00 by 590. Oh, you know what it makes me wonder? If the scale is the size and we were to move this guy to, let's see, down here, how much would it change by? You would have to change the position to be, let's see, X is there, Y is there, X is there, yeah, and if we slide you down here, this is what I wanted to say about. If it's slid down to here, is there any sort of number that relates to it? It doesn't seem to be the case. So the idea would be that we would apply that 642 or 24 number to the side, depending on how many exist. Let's see, if we do, for example, here, and we were to change the position back to here, on our bottom left is set to be, let's see, save this guy here, go back to where we were here, and we do our, let's see, reset our anchor to top left, we do bottom left here. We would then have to change our position height to not 590, but 624. Now, is that 590? is that 0 point, well, no, that's a multiple. But is there some sort of math? Is there math that exists between those two numbers? We have this number here, and then we have this number here. I wonder if this is 17%, or yeah, if this is a 17% increase or 75% increase, and height of the frame minus the height of the thing, height of the frame minus the height of the thing, oh no. Could you elaborate, Kimmy? This is where I struggle a little bit when we start getting to decimals and positions and this. I like math and all, but I'm not a fan of vectors and positioning. I just want to see, for this idea of the 624 and 590, if I do 590 and then I were to multiply it by 0.75, I get the number of 442. So that's definitely not 75%. Is it maybe a 25% increase? Do you think that? Hold on. If we do 590, and then we do, let's see, times 0.25, is that it? 147. And 147 plus 590 equals what? 147 plus 590 equals 6. Okay, so nope, not at all. And where is the center of the object? The center of the object, is it like the center? No, it's in the top right corner. That's what makes me think that we'd have to do the side here. So whatever the width is of it, possibly. Whenever it is, let's see. The position here is set to 0, 0. This works, this is functional here. And 0.75% of 75% of whatever you multiply by. Oh no, oh no, oh wait, no, that is true, that is true. But what does that mean? That's the question here. Oh boy, let's see. Our scale here, so our position is correct. We go to our, let's see, top left here. We then go to our bottom left here. We have a little bit of spacing. The bottom left wants to put us here. And there's that's middle school math. Just because it's middle school math doesn't mean I can't like it. You know, and we have our strengths and weaknesses. I like math. I like complicated math, but I don't like a very specific branch of math. I like my algebra. I think I'll just stick to my algebra 1 and algebra 2. I think I can do calculus too. I think that's not too bad, but decimals and fractions. Yeah, I can't visualize it. That's the issue. Let's see. You here, and then you go down here. So this is my half, maybe nice second trigonometry. I forget the specifics of those. I can't remember if I like it or not. And they made a sequel. Cosine, no. And height of frame minus height of object times size. Okay, I am more than willing and open to just sing about this. Okay, so Kimmy on YouTube suggests height of frame minus height of object by size for our control panel group. Are you saying? So let's see, height of frame. And right American education system. That could certainly be the a reason why it's not enjoyable. So height of frame minus height of object times size. Let's see. So our height of frame would be whatever our height of a control hint panel is. Right now, the control hint panel height is this guy here. So to make it a little bit easier on us, we are going to go ahead and do a var here. We're going to call it panel height, P-A-N-E-L, panel underscore height, H-E-I-G-H-T, panel height. So we'll do this here, and we'll set it to be a float, and equal to the panel height. So 3.75, 3.72 actually, 372.0, 372.0. As I don't know how easy it would be to get the numbers of here, so that's why I'm setting it here. Since we won't really ever modify these guys, I am going to hope that it doesn't have to be modified. So we'll also do here, and we'll set this to be const as well, and then we'll set this to be a panel height. This is then panel width, so W-I-D-T-H. Panel width, height of frame, height of object. Okay, hold on, give me 1 second to clear my throat. Height of frame, that's this guy here. And then we're going to need our own height of our object, and our size, which is going to be 0.75. So const is going to be our size, and this is going to be a float here, and it's going to equal 0.75, 0.75. Okay, so upon adding a panel, what we would need to do, let's see. Our position is going to be our, let's see. Oh no, we would need 2 numbers though for our position. Our position is going to be, at least, if it is the, our bottom left or top left, all of these guys here, we would take whatever number we're given. So in this case, if our size is, let's see, remove the size, remove our position, back up to top, back up to our top left here. Save this guy here. By default, and YouTube recommendation being good for once. Hi, is it actually and possibly? Welcome industry, welcome in. Unfortunately, you're at a little bit of a rough spot, but hey, sorry, usually it's not this dull and dreary. But welcome industry, but I do appreciate it. I can say, maybe if this tickles your fancy, if I type into here, I can show you what the game, look at the game, and then we go back to the numbers. But I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play this little Necromancer here. And right now we're trying to do the UI so that it can tell you on screen what buttons you're allowed to use. But the idea is that you will serve customers by spell casting and you spell out poems to the beat. And you do magic and you summon the food. And right now we're wondering why the UI of Godot is not working. We want it to look here, but Godot says no, I don't want to move there. I want to move like here when we use the presets. So right now it was being suggested on the numbers on how we might have a formula that you can use so that it automatically, when it goes here, it'll go here instead. That is the current thing, and at least he's not tormenting any art victims. I have no victims, for there is no crime. Oh my, let's see. So we'll reset the position back up to here. With that said, and think you mean? Oh boy, let's see. If I go back to our top right here. Oh, nope. Yeah. Anyone want to explain this? So, this is what the error. Top right should not look like that. Top right should be over here, but it's escaping. Yeah, this doesn't look like an error. Oh my, yeah, top right. It should not look like that. It should, in fact, look like, it should look like this. Top right should be, let's see, reset our size, reset our position, reset all of those guys here. Oh, you know what? For some reason, the scale automatically is that number here. Hold on. Go back to you here, Control screen, control hint panel. Yeah, why are you 0.75 by default? Want to talk about it? Let's see. You here. Yeah, by scale should be 1. But there's a little refresh guy, which means somewhere along the lines, this guy already has a naturally by 0.75. Let's just redo that. Make sure we're somewhere clean. Back to here now. Save this guy here. Our top right or top left should look like this. Or hold on, top right should look like this. But as you saw, it was way over here, which is what I was confused about. If we set our scale back to 0.75 here, then we were to do top left, and then we were to do top right. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's a lot different than what it was originally. And this scale here, yeah, it's set to 0.75. Okay, so in this scenario, maybe we bring out the board and how I feel about math. Wow, I agree. You know what? Let's do. I have a possible, not solution, a possible beginning of a solution. What we're going to do is, it looks like you're still adding the value to the original rather than scale version for the offset. Yes, it's adding to the value of the original. Does that mean we'd have to just multiply the scale by the scale property here? Is that the thing? Yes, the issue at the moment is that in the object, it moves depending on the original scale value. So is it the case that we would have to do, as I grab this number here, and then I wanted to grab, hold on, we have this number here, and then I wanted to grab also the number of, reset this guy here, then reset the position and all of those guys here. We do top left here, and then we do top right here. I wanted to grab this, and then I also wanted to grab this. And then I wanted to grab all of you, and I'm gonna chuck you over here. And I'm guessing it adds gap numbers with the width like object multiplied by the number of object rights? No clue. Here we have the numbers on all one screen here. Okay, so this is the expected result on the right, and this is the result we get. And maybe if we compare and contrast and see if corporate can find the difference between these two images, it can possibly help. I'm actually going to move this guy here. So the one of our, hold on, the one of our guy, I want to move you to, let's see, I want to move you to here. Click on you here. You there, you there, you there. Drag it over to, make you smaller first, and then drag you over to there. There you go. There you are. Okay, so here we are. This is what we want, and this is what happens. Let me grab you, make you a little bit bigger so that it's a little bit easier to see. So the left, what we want, right is what happens. We have 372, 130. So it's not to do with the size. The size seems to stay the same, depending on, it doesn't matter with the scale. The difference changes. No, it doesn't. Oh no. It seems to be the case that the numbers stay exactly the same for both the position and the size. How odd. So nothing changes. This is the exact same thing. The size doesn't change, the position doesn't change, and the scale doesn't change, or the scale does change. So it makes me wonder then, if we were to move, if I just quickly grab the position that I would want, so the ideal position, so I'll do, let's see, 0.75 on here, 0.75, and then I were to just slide this guy over, what we would want is a scenario, and I do it like a scale axis, and then the position top right would be window width minus control x.0, assuming 0, 0 is top left. I think 0, 0 top left. We can definitely check. I'll grab this guy here, and I will grab this guy here. My wondering is, this is what I would want to happen, but the position is different. If I grab down here, the position is now, it goes from 908 to around like a, let's see, about 1000. 1000 could be modified a little bit. But my wondering is, this 908 and then the 1000, is it because it's taking a 10th or 908? Does that at all have to do with 75? I don't know. Let's see. I do scale axis of the position. Top right would be window width minus control x dot 0. Window width dot control x dot 0. If we go back into U here, let's see, back into programming here, and we do U here, the position is 0, 0 by default. That is correct. So would it be a thing of, let's see, scale axis in the position top right would be window width minus control x equals, or x 0. So window width minus control x. So the size is scale times width and scale times height, where width and height is the original scale of the object. So would that mean, and hi, Nima, well, you're already here. I thought it was a thingamajiggy, lurkin', I see, well, welcome all over again. I'm not sure why it didn't redo the thing, and if you change the pivot offset ratio, it'll be solved. I am all issues. Oh my goodness, my apologies on Effie, is it, or Offie? I didn't see your messages. It's a little bit tricky, finicky. There we are. Let's see, your voice is so funny. Thank you, I mean that in a good way. Thank you, also, again, my apologies all over again. Let's see here. Try putting the pivot offset ratio x to 1. I can certainly do that. Hold on. Let's redo this. So pivot offset ratio of x equal to 1, you said? 1 here, 1 there. I put it to 1 there. And then you said, if you change the pivot offset ratio by x, it'll be fixed. And the actual size of the image. Okay, let's try out is it Athi maybe, or Athi? Please correct me if I'm wrong. I do tend to butcher names. Okay, so we have top left here, and then we have top right here. That does not change the offset here. Offset ratio. You know, I've been told I have moderately acceptable reading comprehension. Posture check. Sure can do.
Just
An
redeemed posture
ABN.
check.
ABN? Is that better? And slow the brain down. Posture check has been done. Thank you for the redeem. And we do top left here. So let's see. Top right and then top left here. It looks like it kind of fixed it a little bit. A the ant. There we go. Is that better? Let's see here. Offset ratio. Yeah, set it to 1. Is it the case we need to set it to maybe like 0.25 possibly? If we set the pivot offset ratio to 1, that kinda, and I see that's it. I see it. I type I see. No worries at all, as I said. Average. Oh my. This might be it. Maybe changing the pivot offset ratio. Maybe not to 1, maybe to something else, but if we reset the top left here, so this is top left. If we do top right, that works. If we do bottom left here, so is it a thing that anytime we change the direction, we would just modify the pivot offset ratio, maybe? For example, if we do top left, then we set the pivot offset ratio to 0, 0. If it happens to be the case that it's top right, then you would set the pivot offset ratio to 1, maybe? And then if it's bottom left, you would set the pivot offset ratio to maybe 1 here. And then if it's the other one, maybe, right? Maybe. If that's the case, that wouldn't be too painful to do, especially since we don't have to worry about coordinates. So let's give that a try. That's a wonderful idea. And I do think you might be onto something. I don't know though. I have not done this at all before. So what we're going to have to do then is we are going to have to take it and do a match and switch case, which is a lot of fun to do. And how did this problem arise? This problem arose as these guys are too big. The scale itself, when it's set to default be 1, if I go ahead and just add all of these control panels here, what you'll notice is that if there's a total of 4, it goes off screen. I didn't want it going off screen, so I wanted to scale it down. But by scaling it down, it changes the math and it does positioning differently. So that's where it arises, is the fact that scaling it, or right now, the maximum size is way too big, and we don't want it that big. And what's the system, what is the system to update each thing? The system to update each thing is our control screen here, our control screen. And let's see, by the way, the reason the problem happens is because the anchor position doesn't get affected by scale. Ah, I see. I think I get it. The anchor position stays the same, but the scale changes. I think I get it. And why do you have that emote? Wait, is that a Bobby emote? I can't see it from here. I thought it was just like a little green no. What we'll do here is we have to do a switch match case and something to break the brain tension. I had it just a disruptor. I think it's switch, or is it match? It's match, isn't it? Why did you reveal it just now? It's so tiny, and this problem isn't common for me because the pivot is set before any scaling. Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah, it does as well. And you have to several times. It does make sense. The offset idea. Match. We then match it to the index. So index here. I don't like how the numbers are a little bit off. But it's fine, it's okay. You know what? We just make it work, and then we can make it pretty later. So we match it through the index, and then what we can say is that 1 here, and then 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then we'll go ahead and do 0 as well. So if it's 0, then we have 1, or no, 0, that's not 0. 0, and then we showed just now, it's from the old study. Oh boy, 0, 1, 2, 3, and then we have 4 here, and then we have 5 here. There we go, 5 here. Then we can go ahead and say, and you know what? Actually, do we want to do that? Or do we want to make our own? You know, I don't like it, but I do not like these numbers more. So we're gonna go ahead and do a enum, and we're going to set this enum to be our position, P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N, position. And then we're going to do TOP_LEFT, and we'll just do these for all of these guys. I like the sound of doing it this way instead of the numbers. The numbers feel too, they feel too magical. So we do top left here, then we do top right. So let's see, R-I-G-H-T right here, and then we need to do bottom left, BOTTOM_LEFT, and then we have bottom right here. So possibly I could just do that bottom right here. There you go. And then we have top and then center. So we have top and then center. And thank you again. Hold on. A the ant. There we are. A the ant. Thank you again. This is one of the reasons I enjoy streaming, since 9 times out of 10, there's likely a case where someone can come along and know the answer, and I have no idea how. No, I don't have any idea how. Words. We'll do bottom here, and then we'll go ahead and do position here. So this will instead become position dot, and then it'll be top left. So position dot top left, and we'll change all of these guys. So we'll go ahead and do you here and you there, and then I got no answer for you. Just dissect distraction. Word it. Ami! No! What have you done to him? Oh, word, no! What happened? Word it? Oh boy, let's see here. If I do you there, is this the thing you showed off earlier? And for top and bottom, you'll have to set the hungry thinks the bread thinks of bread. And you'll have to set the pivot offset ratio to .00. I see. I shall do, and it's in fan art. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll take a look at it in 1 second. Let's see if we can figure this out, and then oh, look at your glorious art. All right, let's see. Top left, top right. We then have bottom left here, so bottom left. And then we have bottom right here, so bottom right. We then have top here, and then we have bottom here. So go ahead and copy you here. Okay, so now what we would do is do the index here, whatever index here would be whatever position. And now we can go ahead and copy all of these guys here and do that here, as I like the way this looks better than saying 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like it, so we modify it a little bit here. We go ahead and remove you here, and now this is where we set the pivot offset ratio, which shouldn't be, I think, too painful. We'll see. And fan art, oh boy. Let's see. So now, to recall, if it is left, it does not need to be changed, so we don't have to match it. Or no, we do need to match it. We need to now do our control panel, so control hint panel group. So let's see, our hint panel group. So let's see, we'll do that guy here, control hint panel group, dot, and we'll do here, dot, and then we'll do pivot offset ratio. So why are you angry? Expected an indent? Oh, you know, that would definitely help. And then we have to unindent it, so go back to here. There we go. Okay, so control hint panel, dot, and then we do pivot offset, so pivot offset ratio, and then we set it equal to a vector 2, and this is where we do the number of, but we can do here vector 2.0. That way we don't have to worry about it. And now we need to go in and do all of these guys here. It's always been like that. One person shows up with a solution and the rest of us goof off for like 4 hours. Hold on now. I don't know about you, but I think we get very serious and entire goofing off. Well, let's say the rest of us, maybe like 10%, but not 100%. Oh my. Go ahead and do enter here, that guy there, and then that guy here. Okay, so if it is the case that it is, save you here. Oh, hold on. Do tab here. There we go. And then here. And I don't have anything that coding gonna give useful solutions. Oh, mine are more the idea. I see. The ideas guy. Oh my. Let's see. So top and body have to set the pivot offset ratio, and I actually get it. Hold on. Oh, that's good. So let's see. Top left is 0. And then here we do vector 2, and we set the vector 2 to be 0, 1. I believe, right? No, x. So it's going to be 0, 1 is our x. And then, let's see. This is going to be 0, 1, and I'll just redo all of these guys here. And 100%, that's not even that many people here. Oh my, the lurkers don't count as being goofs. They count as being the quiet kid. It's just 100% an effective strategy here. So let's see. This guy here needs to be set to be 1, 1 when it's bottom right. And then, let's see. Bottom right is 1, 1. And then if it's set to be, let's see. Okay, let's just do that first. Bottom right is 1, 1. Bottom right is 1, 1. We know that for certain, so we'll go ahead and set that there. Then we can have happen is for our bottom left here, we set it to be, let's see. Oh, does it work actually? I thought you were gonna set the lurkers don't count as that. No, I'm a lurker at heart. Hi, Jay. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to it. Hello, Game Dev. It's super cool. Therefore, you're the coolest ever. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you. I can always say that. Well, maybe majority or sometimes these streams go a little bit painfully. I do enjoy myself. It's a lot of fun. But I don't use Godot, so I'm in the dark, and it's a more functionally sound, or like a more functionally sound way. But I feel like there's no way. Yeah, there's gotta be a better way. I don't know the better way though, but it is way better, way better than trying to do math and create a formula for the position where you divide and multiply by a certain accurate amount. That way, by the end, you get the ascribed number that works 100% of the time, 100% of the time, in all certain circumstances. Instead, nope, and the scale is 1, 1 again. Oh, hold on. You fixed it? I see. Okay, good. Gonna find X. Oh my, find X. But why? And I do realize, oh, lovely. And I think I read, oh, yep, I think we're all good to go. So then for the bottom, you'll want to do, I believe, pivot offset ratio to be 1 here for Y. And I'd rather do that. Yeah, I'd rather do this. So when it's bottom left, the pivot ratio is 1. So we'll go back to here. And when it's bottom left, the Y, X, Y, okay? Top right, X is going to be here. And this Y is going to be 0. So it's 1, 0. And then this guy is 0, 1. And then this guy here is going to be 0.5, I believe, right? And X is under S, surrounded by Z and C. Surrounded? Huh? Hold on now. And I see what you did there. You could have, oh, no, that still works. I see. Oh my. Well, then do 0.5 here, I believe, and then 0.5 here. I'm guessing the 0.5 is because it does it halfway, if I'm not mistaken. That's why you would do it, because it would be the halfway point of in between here. And as the saying goes, you can pick your hold on now. I don't know if I want to say that. No, I'm not saying that, Ave. I have acknowledged that comment, but I am not saying it. We'll go ahead and reset this guy here. Reset the, oh no, skill should be 0.75. 0.75 here. Save that to be there. We'll set it to be top left here. Save that to be that guy there. And we don't have to do anything else, I think. We'll go ahead and save this guy and see. And for top, it'd be 0.50. Hold on, I can certainly do that. And then for bottom, it'd be 0.51. I see. Okay, let's do 0 then. 0 here, and then 0.51. I think I get it, at least. Bottom here, because it's going to be the bottom corner here, and then it's going to be the center. Possibly like that. And you can pick it, and you can even pick an X. And this hits my brain deeper than my finger. Oh my. All right, let's see. So we have our top left position, and then we have now our top right position. That does work. Then we have our bottom left position. Oh boy, I think AB did it. And then we have bottom right, and then we have top, and then we have a bottom, and I think it looks pretty. I wonder though, if there is a way, with all of that said, to get the center of this node here. Is there? Or is this the center of the screen and I just don't see that it's the center? I would think the center would be a little bit more to the left, possibly, but I don't know. Let's see here, I can't see the game. Thank you for that. I didn't, oh boy, hold on, let's see. Here you go, and then there you go there. There you are. For some reason, sometimes when I open up Godot, it doesn't like showing it. So top left, we have top right, we have bottom left, we have bottom right here. Those all work as intended. But I feel as though the top here, maybe it's a thing with the pivot again. So I was having an issue with this before. If I do here and add a control guy here, and then we set it to be the top, is that centered? No, that does look centered. I take it back. That does look centered. And the bottom here, the bottom is centered. I take it all back. That definitely is centered. And wait, we're supposed to look at the screen? Oh boy. Let's see here. So that does work. I guess now we would just have to modify it so that anytime we add in another guy, the thing gets used again. So we'll see about doing now that old one I thought about doing before, the current thing, past thing. So what we'll do here now is we will have a var here, and we'll call it our current index, current_INDEX. And then what we'll do here is set it to be an int and set it equal to 0 here. And then anytime we change our int, we'll do it here. So we'll go ahead and do that here. And we'll set it be, current index, current. And hi, Wakatis. Welcome, mystery. Welcome in. And now for 4 people. What do you mean exactly, Kimmy? Did I miss something possibly? Let's see, I'd rather do that personally. I did read that. I don't think I missed anything. And bottom is 0.5. I did read that as well. I think we're good. Let's see. Current index equals index here that we get there. And then what you would also want to do is when you add this guy into here, you will want to set it by the position of whatever index is in the game at the moment. Now, let's go ahead and do current index equals index, then set the index equal to This guy needs to be current index here. Hold on, current index there. Here we go. And I said objects is for people for some crazy reason. No worries at all. I very often personify Godot as it gets mad, and I feel as though the only way to describe it is that Godot gets mad. We have here top right, and yes, it is visible. So top right we have, or top left, then we have top right, then we have bottom left, and then we have bottom right, and then we have top, and then we have bottom. And now hopefully when I click on add control, it'll center it automatically. We get... Huh? It's better than it was. We're getting somewhere. I'll take it. When we added, I would hope it would do this, but it didn't do that, which is what I'm confused about. Oh no. The top works here, but when we add it, it doesn't, maybe it's the number here that's a little bit off. Oh, you know what? No, maybe, hold on. Current index, oh, I know. We have to do this guy here, that guy there, that guy there. Save it now. Hold on. Index equals current index. Try that. Try that on for size. And yay, it's less broken. That's the spirit. Okay, now, top here. Do we do add control? No. Okay, I'm out of ideas. I tried. Oh boy. So what would be the solution for this guy? So top here, it does work until it doesn't. When we add a control, I want it to automatically fix itself. But it seems to be the case that this guy here does not fix itself as expected. When we add another guy here, and hope it's been a magical, awesome day. Hi, Koopy Kopo. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. It has been a wonderful day. We've been making a lot of progress. Granted, I didn't think this problem here would be as tricky as it has been, but I've been enjoying this. And why does Y change, though? Why is a great question. I don't know. Let's see. We have our current index that gets modified, and I thought that would change it, but it does not. I wonder why that's the case. And to catch the problem, you need to think like the problem. We do. You know, what if, possibly, right? What if we do that, and then we do that? What if that's the solution? And then we don't even change the offset, possibly? Hold on. Okay, I remove you here, and then we see about that. I have a few ideas. I still have a few in my pocket here. If we do this, and then we go top here, and then we were to do add control here, that's better. That's definitely better. And then we were to do it top here. That's definitely better than it was. I wonder then if we do this guy here, that current index there, and then we were to do run current scene here, what does that do then? Click on play here, and then we go to top here, and then when we click on add control here, no. Interesting. The Y does not want to Y. Okay, this is okay. This is A-okay and fine to understand. What I would think, or what I would want to do then, is see about doing the anchor point, possibly, and understanding that. So what we'll do to start off is we'll move it back to where it was. We'll remove that current index idea, since it doesn't seem to be helping. So remove that there. We'll set that to be index as it was before. We'll remove this guy here too. I think it might have something to do with the solution, but I'm not too sure at the moment. We'll then copy the index here, copy that there, remove it back to what it was between our no current index. You know what? As well, I'm going to make a backup too. And it's a pivot outside the objects, or what? Or is the pivot outside the objects? I don't know. We can see if there's a way to check the pivot when the game's running. That is definitely a thing we can try to see. Let me do here, pivot, P-I-V-O-T, S-O-M-E-W-H-T, F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N-L. Pivot is somewhat functional, we can gladly say. The only issue is that when you add another guy, the pivot gets a little bit funny. And pivot. Is it pivot I'm thinking of? It should be like the pivot ratio, right? Yeah, pivot. And hi, hold on. Gigonzo, maybe. Welcome to stream, possibly Gigonzo. And if I'm wrong in the name, please correct me. I do tend to butcher it. And do you need to set the offset before updating the anchors? Oh, I did not think of that. And hi, hello, welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. I hope your week's been well so far, as well as your day. Interesting one. Okay, we can definitely try that. So what you're saying is to do it before the offset. So do something like this first instead, and then we move this guy back here to this here. Save it, and then hold on, we need to do that there possibly, and then maybe just force it to update twice. Maybe we do that possibly. If I click on play here, imagine if really just calling it twice works. Oh boy, if we click on play here, so top left, we have top right, we have bottom left here, we have bottom right here, we then have top, we then have add control here. It does not. Okay, let's see about if oh boy, can you imagine if that's the case? I do like the idea of doing the pivot or doing the index here above it. That does feel like that's the thing you should do, especially if it's changing. But then it seems to be the case that maybe, and we can definitely see if it does work, we'll do a tab here. And then what we'll say is, grab the old index, I suppose. So we'll do var e. Let's see here. We'll do a var for current, current_index. And it sounds like we're almost to a solution. It does. What is that color? I see purple. What does that mean? I can't even tell anymore. It's like maybe an explosion. No, Abby. I get what it is. But who knows what it could be, really? Explosion. Oh boy, we'll do a current index, who knows? Int equals, yeah, that there, and then we'll do that to 0. Oh my, we'll then set the current index to here, and then whenever we're in this guy here, we'll set the current index equal to index here, so index will be that guy there. And then, let's see if that idea works, where we can go here, and then we do this guy here. So, if it happens to be the case that we're adding a thing in, maybe the solution is to possibly doing it twice, and it's something to Abby, you can't stop me! And fixing it all will probably be tedious indeed, and I think the angry problem is prudent deeper than I thought. I mean, roots usually go pretty deep. No, not you too. Cease with the puns! Oh boy. Right, left, right, up and down. That's good to go. We have top here, we have bottom here, we have top here again. Are you ready to see if doing the command twice works? We have add control. No. Huh. Interesting. And then if you just, if you go back to the bottom and then you go back to this guy here, interesting how that works. Okay, you know what I'm curious to see? If we add a control and it's not the top or bottom, does it function in deep? I know something that reaches deep. Oh my, and now we just need enough stuff so she can expand her collection. Well, I can't say that next month, or not next month, when the anniversary comes around, we will be doing another draw together where we do some emotes, and we'll see how many emotes can make it into the Community Pixel emote stream. We will, yeah, I would love to do an emote focus one. So we do bottom here, or not bottom, bottom left, or no, bottom right. Let's do bottom right. If I do bottom right and we add in a control, okay, I take it all back then. It's anytime you add it, it wants to do funny things. And that's kind of next month. It's in August, I believe. Okay, so anytime you add a control, it modifies itself. So then I suppose what we'd have to do then is do the offset ratio in here, right? So maybe what we do is we do var here. And why does y change? I don't know. Var, let's then say to do var set underscore set offset 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 ratio set offset ratio, and then we'll do this guy here. We'll then set this to be void here, and then we'll just move this guy here. There we go. And then we'll do here, we'll do the switch case here. And generally there's some scripts I don't know about. Me neither. I've learned so much about Godot so often. We'll do this guy here. And then maybe what we do is, let's see here, possibly. And lying in the background, a lot goes on, it seems. Oh, hold on, we need to do tab here as well. Okay, and then why are you angry? Current index here, you there, you there. I'm a little confused. What's off about here? We do that, there we do that, there we do match, there we do var. Oh, That would help. That would definitely help. All right, so when we modify it, when we add a button, when we change it, we want to set the offset ratio. So it makes me wonder if, perhaps, if we do set offset ratio here, and then we were to do, for example, here, set offset ratio afterwards as well, maybe that'll work. And then as well, we won't have to do the current index guy here too. We can do current index. No, we do have to do the current index here as well. That is important to do. We set it by the current index here, I think. And then we can go ahead and click on now, run current scene. So if we run it before and after, maybe that'll work. Maybe the twice idea does hold merit. So if we're in the bottom left here and we do add control, no, it does not work there. Interesting. If we go into remote here and we go into our control hint panel here, our offset ratio at the moment is set to be Y. What if we do 0.5 here? 0.5? No. Okay. Interesting. And I'm scared of using it. Don't be, Kimmy. It's all right. I assure you. And the thing is, it's a learning process. It certainly is. These are all shrunken. Interesting. So the offset ratio is correct, but something's off about it. And then when we go ahead and use top left again, and then we do bottom again, bottom left here, all of this is fine. So it's something's off. Maybe there's a fill I forgot about that exists now. So what I'll do is I'll go into play here and let's see. I feel as though we're getting close. And Godot's choosing your own adventure of difficulty. It does feel like that many times. Let's do bottom left here. Let's then add the control. And then let's go into remote here so we can see everything. And if we're in remote, what we should be able to see is I'm looking for something that says expand. Anything that says expand, we can see that says that those two guys behind me say shrink. So this guy isn't the issue, I think. Next up on the next panel here, we know that this guy here, it's small, so it doesn't count. This guy here is also small. So these guys are all small. They're good to go. So then I wonder, options button also doesn't matter. So if these guys are all small, then this guy here is responsible for the sizing. Something's wrong to do with the sizing, maybe? Maybe it has to do with something? I don't know. And I feel like this is super simple. It should be simpler than it's turning out to be. I think so too. Whether or not it works in that way, I don't know. But it's definitely, I think, something's off. If we go to top left then, and we do bottom right here, interesting. It messes it up entirely. If we go up to here and do top left, and then we do bottom, and then we do bottom left here. Interesting. Okay, we know that the grow horizontal here is left, that there. But when we add the button in, it decides it doesn't want to do anything. It has a little bit of confusion. How odd. But we're definitely closer than we were before. So I'll give it that. I will certainly give it that. I wonder what it is then. We add a control. It changes the Y. It doesn't even change the Y. It changes the entire outline of the box. The orange bit here. What you'll notice is if I click on play here, and then we go into let's see here. We go into this guy here. We go into this guy here. Look, the box is small. However, when we add another guy, box get big. That's why the Y changes. For some reason, when we add another guy into here, it expands. So it's got to do something here with the sizing. Something to do with shrinking or filling, I think is the issue. It's something to do with this here. We have this size here to set the size, set the scale. It is all as it needs to be. This guy here both says shrink center here. Then if we go into this guy here, and we go into our control hint panel here, are you still shrink center? You are both still shrink center. That's true. So then, let's see. Position, size, top left, yeah. Code contents, layout direction inherited. Left to right, based on application. What's this? A layout direction. I don't know. Maybe that's something that could help us. If we go to here, this guy here does not get added on. We have container sizing. We have you here. You're both also shrink center. And when I also add in this guy here, it automatically does it properly. But for some reason, whenever it does it on its own is where it runs into a bit of issues. And it seems to fix itself after it seems to fix itself once we redo the button again. But when it starts, it expands. Okay, we'll click on play here, go back into remote so we can see things a little bit easier. I'll click on our panel here. So right now it is this size. The box is entirely that area. When we add a control, it gets bigger. However, if we then change the size again, now it's been squished, which is really, really, really odd. And we can't also undo it and then redo it. It modifies it in its own way. And I wonder, are there any values here that are changing when I add in another guy? So right now, this is shrink center, this is shrink center. We have size, stretch ratio, any of these guys here. Nothing feels off, and I feel powerless to try and fix this problem. No worries at all, Kimmy. Sometimes the best thing you can do is nothing, in the sense of sometimes taking a break from the problem, maybe taking a walk or taking a shower, or maybe getting some sleep too. I often find that if I'm struggling to, for example, I lose things very often. So if I'm struggling to find like my keys or something, if I just stop looking, eventually I find them, or eventually I remember where I put them at. So sometimes the solution is don't. Go outside or go outside. Hold on now, it's like a hasty there. It was a suggestion, but it wasn't a command. Right, so if I click on add, what changes? Nothing here changed except for all of these guys here, possibly, maybe? If I modify the offset here, hydrate, now that I
Check
can do
14
no
just
problem with
redeemed
no
hydrate.
complaints, don't you worry. Let me get a little bit of water here then. Why do I do this to myself? Why? Shower time! Why? And grass too, I can't touch it, that's green! And check never! You were supposed to not look at chat, I know! Oh boy, and same here, I also use a tile for my keys. And those are not numbers into the stream, we may take a second keyboard. We're okay, it's fine, we're okay, we're good. I was wondering if changing the offset here. Oh, hold on, and hi, welcome, AV and to Twitch's side of things. Hi, I'm new here. Welcome in. And maybe just add the object before changing orientation all the time? Maybe. I'm thinking possibly, or maybe just add the object before changing orientation? What if we change the orientation only when we what is it called? Only here. Does that at all fix it? If we do it here instead? So if I click on play now, and what do you mean new here? And now, like, if you want to add an object, you have to change the orientation right after. We did try right after. We tried right after. We also tried before. Now we're seeing if you only do it when you change the orientation. And that's not what that reads. And what do you mean new here? Did I read it wrong? And hi, I'm new here. I'm dead. Oh my, let's see here. And second time today, fourth time this week, it's same here. I also use a tile for my keys. Let's see. Now, if we do bottom left, bottom right, all of these guys here, and we were to do bottom left, if we add in the control, it still changes. It still moves itself. Hold on. If we then remove this guy here, remove then our current ratio, which is just going to be our index, so our current index that gets set there. What if we do that then? No! And what do you mean, oh no? We'll do bottom left then, and oh no, what did I do? What? Hold on. Set offset ratio. What possibly? Oh, you know, sometimes I wonder to myself why, and other times why. Index here, right? Index there, and then the glasses make it hard to read. They're the wrong lenses. Joke's on you. They're not prescription glasses. Now, if we click on play, let's see. If we click on play, no, not the ads. Don't you worry. Yeah, don't you worry. When ads do happen, we don't do anything here. We let it be. I have full confidence that I think we can. If this works, well, let's see. Hold on. I won't put my money where my mouth is. I'm not that confident. Right. Bottom left, top right. These guys are good to go. Now add. Hold on. Okay, and then we add. No. Almost. It kind of, sorta, maybe, perhaps. If we then do top, bottom, top here. So, it seems to be the case that it works sometimes. I don't know. Hold on, let me show you. It works in certain cases, so close indeed. Right, so it works if you are adding it from any of the corners, I think. So, for example, here, if we're in the top right, and we add it, no. Interesting. No, so I take it back. It works in one direction. In one direction it works. drink and we'll see and terminate the cases in which it doesn't work. Oh boy. We'll see. It's here somewhere. Somewhere in the code here is the solution. It's somewhere here, and I believe, I do. It's, we'll see. Okay, let me get water, and then we'll think about this for a little bit more. And if not, that's okay as well. I'll just take a break, and then I'll come back to it and see. And can I see the script that determines the X and Y of the object? Could you elaborate what you mean, Kimmy? Right now, this is the script that determines the X and Y. Or do you mean the object itself? Like, what determines the X and Y of this guy here? If so, I can't answer that one there. But if you could be a little bit more elaborate, what are you expecting, chat? And you, anyway, gotta go. No worries at all, APN. You gave us a lot more progress than I could even imagine. So thank you all over again. And gotta go. Poof. No worries at all. I may appear again later. Have a good stream in my absence. Thank you all over again. And poof. Thank you. And what does add panel do specifically? I see. I can't explain that, Pala. Tasty. Now, Pala, are you here or are the ads going currently? That way I don't explain to the ads if they are here. I can't explain, but I just want to make sure I don't repeat myself. And I did that as well. Lovely. And let's see, you'll see it 3 minutes. Your ad? And okay, no ads. I see. Got you. Okay, so what does add panel do specifically? Add panel specifically, let's see. Add panel specifically does this. It makes an instance of the panel, adds it as a child, and then assigns it all of its buttons and codes. That's what it does. And unless the timer is off, and 3 minutes, yep, 3 minutes in total. Right now, it's a minute and a half left, and each orientation is a function or a state. I don't know. What do you mean by state versus function? I'm not too sure. The thing is, if you add the panel as a child for this guy here, if it gets added as a child, it works properly. It works as it should, 100%. But it doesn't work in live, apparently. And I do as well, I think. Or you know what? We can actually check to see if that's the case. Or no, we can't because of the percentages. Maybe? Hold on. I have, no, never mind. I take it back because we have to change the orientation a little bit and add assign is a custom function as well, right? And like a state machine or a function. Oh, no, there's no state machine. There's just a function. And let's see. And assign is a custom function as well, right? Yep. Assign does a bunch of things. Assign is what it does is it grabs the buttons. So it sets the buttons. It sets all of these guys. The thing is that everything that happens inside of the box is assigned, but we shouldn't have to worry about anything inside the box since the box itself is not the problem. It's the everything outside of the boxes that's the issue. And it's almost rest time. It is indeed because I would use a state machine for this, a state machine for UI. Hold on now. I can understand the idea behind it, and finally. Oh my. Oh no, my goodness. Ad breaks are just about up, so we'll get back into things. The assign though, it changes the button amount, it changes the text here as well. And let's see here. And I did it as well. Lovely. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. You have missed another thing, I assure you. With that said, I wonder a lot of things, truth be told. I want to know I think it has to do maybe with the offset. It calculates the offset. So here we have, if we go back into our guy here, right now, how it works is that this offset works when it is this certain size. So is it the case that we have to set is it the case that we have to set the offset ratio again here? Possibly because of the new position. But the thing is, the current index stays the same. So it's not as if it changes at all. It's exactly the same here. The current index doesn't modify, or maybe it does, possibly. I don't think it does. We just grab whatever current index it is, which is already here. I don't think at all this modifies it at all. And then here, you would set the ratio offset, and then you would see about possibly doing here, doing that there, and then you would do that there possibly, and then you would take the current index maybe there. And if we click on play here, and the variables like orientation and can be like top left, top right, etc. I kind of get it, I think. And then the X and Y are determined differently depending on the state of orientation. That is kind of how Godot works, at least. Or there's anchor points that Godot uses. So these guys up here are what use the top left, top right. So if I click on here, yeah. There's these anchor points, you can't see that, but there's anchor points here that you can do top left and top right, and I am accessing that in the code. So that is what I'm using. I don't know if we can check to see which current anchor point it is. Maybe that's a thing though. Maybe that is a thing. And anchors are painful. I'm realizing that. I definitely am. So we have this guy here, and if we add a control, no, it does not do the thing I thought it would do. Interesting. Okay. And if we close this guy here again, we go to this guy here as well. If we add a control, and I'm just going to comment this guy out just as a curiosity. We do this here, we modify that there, and if we try again and we add a control, it works. So no code has been modified. However, it seems to only work in one direction, where we can add it and it'll work here. But if it's in the top right and we add it, it does not work, which is odd. And it makes me wonder if the centering is off possibly, or is it a thing in the pivot offset where you would have to modify the pivot offset again? I would be curious to see if there's a possible way to check the pivot offset here, but I don't know if you can see the pivot offset of an object while you're in the code. If I go to debug here, we have collision paths, we have navigation. I don't think you can see, but I wonder if it still considers the pivot offset as that top corner, top right corner maybe, but that is why we modified the, hold on. Maybe we grab, or no, it should work. It takes the current ratio and everything. I wonder why. What I would be curious to see is, in a scenario where we have 3 of these objects in the game to begin with, does it work? Does it function? So if I go into our control panel here and we have 3 objects to start, does the game run as what we think it should? Or is it only a case where it works only 2? And it breaks my simple logic brain! No worries at all, Kimmy! My brain hurts a little bit too. So if we start off with 3, does it work? Top right. It does work. But it seems to be the case that when something gets added, it does not work. Maybe it's a sort of order of operation thingamajiggy? Possibly. But if you start off with 3, it works. It's functional. It does what we would expect it to do. We run into issues when you try adding another guy. We would want to, upon adding another guy, reset and move the orientation back to what it is. That's why I thought to do setting the ratio back to, well, the ratio's already set, that's the thing. The ratio never changes, or yeah, the ratio doesn't change. We're still in top left, so the top left ratio should stay the same. And maybe the problem was in the way you add the thing? Maybe? Possibly. I am open to all suggestions. Let's see. So I wonder then, we go here, and if we were to add in this command, and maybe check the add function. The add function, do you mean add this here? And hi, Karia, possibly? Welcome into the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. Welcome in. And I think setting the anchor offset updates the position stored in the parent panel. However, I don't think it's recalculated when a child panel is added. So are you saying we should reset the position then, possibly? Maybe? And a hack would be to reassign the anchor offset after adding the new panel. Reassign the anchor offset? We do reassign the offset here. Or it wasn't added before, this is now added. So this should reset the offset as we set the offset here. And I'm thinking, or I would think that once we add a panel, we reset the offset. That's what this should be. And if you're open to seeing ideas, you could try flow container. I've never touched those before. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my! And if we do it this way, and then we were to go for a add container here, now it modifies all of this here, which is odd. And yeah, because when you change the orientation again, it fixes it. Yeah, isn't that odd? And you even add the orientation in the code, but it only works in the button. It sounds like fun! Oh my! If we go top right and we add the control, but if we go here and then we go top right again, it has fixed itself, which is super duper odd. And the thing is too, the only change that we do when we set the button is we change the offset and we add the offset. So what do you think maybe, right? What if, wacky idea here, what if we do this and then we do this? But the issue is maybe the offset's something, oh, you know what? Instead, right? Instead of doing something that could be already a thing, what if we were to do control here? Hold on. If we do instead, we change the control entirely. So maybe, hold on. If we set the control to be something entirely different, and then we set it to be here. And hold on. Feeling wacky today, huh? And something's odd about the stretching paper? Yeah, and since the vertical size is consistent, I'm not sure why the parent panel grows taller. Yeah, and the thing is as well, it grows taller and then it shrinks. I have made sure everything here shrinks to center. So everything I can find shrinks to center, and it redoes itself, it realigns itself. And what if you wait 1 frame before adding a panel? We can definitely try that too. I tried adding a weight earlier, but it could definitely be doing a weight again. Let's do first our present of center, So if maybe if we change the anchor and then we change the anchor again, but we don't change it twice, we change it to something entirely different, and then we change it to our current guy, does that work maybe? And then we run the current scene. And if that doesn't work, we'll try a wait. And if that doesn't work, then we'll end it for today and then I'll try again during the week. So if we do this guy here, no, it does not work. Interesting. We add the guy there and then we go top left there. Okay. And let's see. Yep, I did that as well. Lovely, okay. So we'll try the frame idea now and then see where we're at. So you would do the current index. So it's going to be await something, and then it's going to be await current frame. I don't remember what it is exactly. So let me see if I can grab that command again. It's going to be something like await frame Godot 4. And it seems like you need to console the scholars. I do indeed. There's a person I've been chatting to about UI stuff, so I'm sure if I chatted to him, you'd be able to figure it out. We have await get tree dot process frame, I believe, right? So it's going to be await get underscore tree, and then it's going to be dot, and then it's going to be process frame. Oh, hold on, that's not a dot. Dot process frame. There we go, like that. Await tree dot get process frame, right? Is that what you are suggesting, Paula? And yeah, I am not a scholar. Me neither. Me neither, one bit. Is this what you're suggesting, Paula? And let me get a little bit of water here. All right, we can give your suggestion. I look at the chat again. I can give your suggestion a try. Oh boy. Right, we'll do run current scene again. So with the change made of just doing await before we assign it. Yep, okay. So we do await beforehand. We're back in here. Let's go ahead and do bottom right. It's working as intended up here. If we then do add control here. Hold on. I think you fixed it, Paula. I don't know how exactly, but you know what? Who am I to question the mythical essence of Godot? I think you did it. If I go ahead now and remove this guy, so we're back to one node here, and then we go back to here, and then we go back to here, and then let's see, yippee, hold on. Right, top left, top right, bottom left, or bottom right, bottom left, we have top, we also have bottom here. That is working as intended. If we click on add control here, it does expand as we expect. Top left again, bottom left here, add control again. We do top right here, add control again. I think it does. Why does it smell smoke? It worked. It definitely does work. Thank you, Paula, as well as I know they're not here still. I know they're not here, but as well as Atheant. My goodness, I would have never thought to do pivot offset ratio. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm guessing it takes a frame for Godot to recalculate the layers it's setting anchors operates. I think so. Yeah, the order of operation with Godot, and because somebody cooked and does why do I smell smoke? Because somebody cooked, and that's just insane talk. I do agree. I see it. The thing is, I tried await earlier, but I didn't do it in the right spot. But even though, what is it called? Yeah, I can see why await worked. I tried it earlier, but I didn't know about the pivot offset ratio. So I needed to combine the await with the pivot offset ratio. And my best guess is that the children technically exist till the end of the frame. So resetting bounds doesn't account for the new child. That does make sense, yeah. It's calculating it based on what it is at the moment, and it hasn't added the child yet. So we have to make sure we wait for the child to be added before everything gets recalculated. That does make a lot of sense. Alrighty then, well, isn't that lovely? So now we can hopefully certainly say, next up on the to-do list, if it does not happen during the week when I'm not streaming, we will then, I'll work on and see if I can work on, but if I can't, we need to now assign it so that when the book is open, these controls appear. So the hope is that when the book is open, let me give you an example. And why doesn't it just run it once? Well, the thing, Kimmy, is that it does it it does it in a certain amount. So you have to make sure that things run before other things. Everything doesn't happen at the same time. So for example, sometimes I have to use signals to tell Godot, hey, only run this thing once this thing is completed. It's a little wacky, it's a little odd, but I can understand it. And some funny bunny system, at least me. And it's so stupid it loops back to making sense. Oh my, and I do this well. Lovely. Okay, so if this does not get done tomorrow, if this does not get done during the week, what we will be doing and what will be done is when the book opens, I want those guys to appear on the bottom, and then we'll need all 4 of these. So hold on, let me go ahead and just do the thing now that we can do it. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me grab you here. Option button. Selected, allow reselection. There we go. Okay, so where was I in explaining? And at least you don't poof into a cloud of space dust on weekdays. Oh, surely not. Oh my, okay, back here, right? Okay, back here. So we add all 4 here, so add 4, and then we add 4 here. We go down to the bottom here, and then we would add all 4 controls. So ideally, whenever you open up the book, it would The thing is, it's selecting because of space, so hold on. Let's see, if I do button mask action mode, how do I reset the button auto selecting? Base button, disable toggle. Is there a way to disable the selection? It's adding buttons because I keep clicking space. And next week there's gonna be a very special event. There will be a date for me. It's just putting one function above the other to determine the order. Sometimes the functions need time to run. It's very odd. Layout input possibly. Short key, mouse focus, mode, none, maybe, possibly, and maybe that'll work. If I click on play here, and then I click on this guy here, I wanted to show off the example, but I don't know if it'll allow me to. If I click on top right here, we click on hold down space. If I click on add button, hold down space, I think we're okay to go. Yeah, kinda, sorta, maybe. If we go back into the game here, the hope is that when the book opens, I want the player to be able to see what buttons they can use. So we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. If I go ahead and do add control here, we do bottom here. There's a total of 4, it seems to be the case, of controls that you can use. So when you open the book, I want these 4 guys to appear. And then when they're not enabled, then, and this is where probably a remove control can come in, when it's not enabled, when you're near an object, I want it to say press E to interact. So let's see if we're hoping. That's actually so jank. Like there's a wait until previous function has passed. Yep, that's the way programming works from my understanding at least. But this is lovely, it's working, and again, thank you all for your suggestions. Oh boy, imagine if I did this off stream. Oh boy. With that said though, if I do happen to do this during the week and you'd like to follow along with the development, as I usually, if I do work in it during the week, I'm in like the voice channel and it'll be muted, but it'll be like co-working sessions if that's something of your jam, or if you just want to get up to date and caught up to date and know on things in the background and, for example, bug fixing, things of that nature, you can join the Discord, as that's the quickest way you'll know about updates for the game. So if I go and do exclamation DASCORT, there you go. And this ain't your granny's programming, you understand? Oh my, imagine if I made a suggestion. What do you mean, Abby? Oh, hold on. Right, I'll also take a look at the thing. And she lies. She naps all day. Hold on now, Jaxus. Not all day. And I think I found a issue that describes the problem you were having, so at least it's in the works. Oh, really? That's good. That's lovely to hear. Hold on. I very quickly want to see about the quick share. So no, it's in fan art. Am I missing something here? I don't see it here. Oh, fan art. There we are. Hold on. Save as. Click on this guy here. Click on save here. Yep. Just so we're on the same page here of what I made your own. It's got a little mustache too. Clearly that's not me. The nails aren't blue. Oh boy, and I guess I have just occurred a jank issue like this before. People find issues all the time. It's like, I think it's what you would think, but then bugs happen. Oh my, Eris Mustachio question. My goodness. With that said though, I hope you all had a fun time. Whatever I don't get done during the week, as I said, we'll do next week. But slowly over time, the tutorial, it's becoming a thing. And that's my favorite thing about programming, is that you can think of an idea and think of a mechanic or a function, and then it can end up working, but it was concerning audio. And now I see, oh yeah. The thing is as well, Kimmy, I'm making a rhythm game. So I have to deal with the processing and audio and chopping and working. It's wild how many things Godot doesn't like about the audio functions of... It's wild! That said though, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to see if we can read a fellow Godot game developer, as Godot is a very niche engine, and the hope is that once everyone does Godot, there's more updates and also more bug fixes, and oh, audio sounds fun, does it? But that's sad. If I don't see you next week, regardless of that, I hope you all have a lovely week, a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope this. I don't know if I said this. I'm going to go to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. So just stick around if you want the after party, the raid time. All right, the raid's done. Morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I hope you all have a good one. Bye.